Well, congrats, GD, on being first. So apparently that was my fault. I don't know. Well, when I say my fault, I don't mean directly my fault, but apparently uh, OBS, my streaming platform, froze and stopped. Sorry, one second here. Stopped there from being any data being pushed through, so it shut down the stream. So I'm back up. So it wasn't a connectivity problem on my part. It was more of a problem with the uh, software that I use for streaming. Powell talks today. Powell talks at 11:40 my time, or basically about 2 hours from now. But GD, you are first this morning on the second time around. Gorilla Gardner says that left AMC butt cheek sat on the stream. I don't personally batter. I mean, I think we might see a bounce, maybe a little bit off of SSR triggering at 612. Although it does appear to be heading back up currently, I don't know that it's necessarily going to stay that way. I would have anticipated to see. So here's part of the problem. GME already triggered SSR for this morning at 10:42, or not at 10:42 time, but uh, they're down 10.4% right now. Um, if they've gotten price down this far, to see them not trip at $6.12 would almost be kind of a waste of momentum to try and get it there. So I don't. I would suspect that you're going to see 612, and my guess is that when they crash and stick, they usually try and the whole stick part of that is to try and keep the price there. We may see, depending on buying volume, batter, if it's still really, really, really high as they drop. Because right now what they're going to try to do is control volume as much as possible. So how do you control volume? You stagnate price, and then towards the end of the day you drop down and you trigger SSR at the very end of the day, leaving you the ability to be able to use short exempt volume for the next day due to low liquidity. So my guess is that they're going to be shooting for that 612 at a later portion of the day. Maybe they'll use Jerome Powell in 2 hours here to knock the price down, or quote unquote use that as an excuse to try and drop the price back down a little bit. So we'll see. Where did I cut off earlier? I didn't. It's kind of impossible for me to know unless I went back and watched. But I cut off. Was I in the middle of a speech about poo stepping? I'm just kind of curious. Like, at what point did it cut out and me not realize it? Where was I? Was I in the middle of talking about numbers or? Yeah, it was my software plague. OBS locked up, and then when I reopened up OBS, it had a software update that was saying that was needed. So my guess is that they're trying to get my attention by locking me up. So I'll do the software update tonight, reboot and everything, and make sure it's all good. Joe says I blame Madonna. I know. I was thinking, it's funny, Joe, when I was playing it this morning, as I was watching the price kind of moving downwards, I was kind of sitting there thinking to myself, like, Madonna would be a great person to blame this on. Blake says you're like coffee at work. N like needed so you don't kill people. I don't know about you, Plague, but one of my favorite things to do. Most of the companies I've ever worked for supply the coffee, and they usually put out all the creamers and one of the other one of the other thing you said, yep. One of the other things that they put out too was the hot chocolate packets, or sometimes they'll put out tea packets too. But I like to make chaffee. I don't know if you ever do that or not, but chaffee is always really good. Take half a packet of one of um, those packets for the hot chocolate and pour that into your cup, and then just pour coffee. Don't use any creamer, no sugar. It's perfect just the way it is. Half a packet, and make yourself some chaffee, and it is good stuff. Exactly. It's basically a mocha. Yep. Buzzin's got it. He knows what I'm talking about. But I call it a chaffee because it's like not really like technically a mocha. It's a fake mocha. SEV Captain Awesome is really super high. So we had and then somebody was asking about True Demon I saw earlier. I don't I'm not sure who was asking about that before I left. But in regards to True Demon, I don't know if you noticed or not, but when I take you guys over to the other page up there, it does say True Demon Moass trigger indicators. One of the things you guys should know is that um, when the when the June run up was starting to occur in 2021, it was about the 25th that I knew that we were at that point that it was going to start running and just massively ripping. And I know 25th seems like a pretty May 25th seems like a pretty late date to know that, but because we were already kind of moving up in price, but there was a specific price number that we had to hit that I knew we would start running at. But one of the other things though that I found in some of my market analysis on price movements was kind of that T35 the T35 date, and I didn't know why it was happening, but I did find those cycles that were in there in those failure to delivers, and the connection that short exempt volume and failure to delivers have in common. And then when I saw that True Demon was putting out some information about that, I knew that I had to do an interview with him because what he was talking about was exactly what it was that I was seeing, and the way that he put it into words was way better than I could ever possibly do. I knew I was seeing what it was he was seeing, but I didn't know how to put it into words, and he did it so eloquently and with great research, and so I'm a huge believer in some seeing some of the same indicators that he sees in the marketplace to know when price is going to start running. Um, and so when we had it was a really good interview. I really enjoyed talking with him about that. But I've one of the things that we had discussed in the interview was, what are you seeing as, I asked him, I said, what are you seeing as indicators that kind of tell you that we're close to seeing that Moass trigger is about to occur? And that's when he gave us those numbers that you're seeing at the top of the screen here. The short exempt volume being 3 days in a row of over 3 million shares. Now, I actually I've been saying 1 million. I think he's a little overzealous on the 3 million. If you go back and you actually look at what occurred back in the dates leading up to the June run, we didn't have 3 million back then. So I think more than 1 million, 1 million 3 days in a row. And he may have misspoken and really just wants 3 million in concurrent days, meaning like million, 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 or I don't know. I never went back and reconfirmed with him, but he did originally state that he wanted 3 million in short exempt volume 3 days in a row. Utilization he wanted to see higher than 95%, and then day over day price increase 3 days in a row 5% or higher. And as of right now, we've got 3 out of the 6 indicators that we need. 2 out of 3 for AMC, and dang near we're getting really, really, really close to seeing all those indicators happening now. I've scaled back on some of the numbers that he's put up there because uh, his indicator is Moass is happening. My thought process is, well, if you scale it back just a tad bit, you can see when it's about to happen, right? Which is why I say like you only need to see 1 million shares in 3 concurrent days, utilization being over 95%. I feel like you can scale back 95% to 92% probably. And then day over day price increase. I would say that you can have 3 consecutive days with 5% on average, not necessarily being 5% each day. But say, for example, you had 15% one day, 1% one day, and 2% the next day. The combined total of those 3 days ends up being 18%. And you divide that by three, that's 5% on average per day. So I think you can look at it from that perspective. So I've kind of modified his trigger indicators a little bit to kind of represent what I think is probably more realistic as being able to identify when a trigger is actually going to occur versus knowing that you're actually in Moass. So just throwing that out there. SSR for AMC for the day to day is at $6.12. It's the red line at the bottom of the page for both AMC and Ape. Why does utilization at 100% even matter when they return and borrow every morning? It makes a big difference because it provides in regards to a squeeze cake. You know, I don't know, Ben, if you've heard me talk about a squeeze cake. It causes high cost to borrow, right? And that's kind of one of the key indicators that the market needs to see in order for the market to say something's wrong here. This is a good buy. Buy this now because, and remember, who moves price? It's not retail. It's not retail. It's not computer share. Computer share doesn't move price. Guess who moves price? Long institutions, hedge funds. They're the ones that are moving prices. So if you want to see some buying pressure coming in on a security, you want to see all the triggers that they need to see in order for it to be a good buy. And that's what it is that we're talking about is seeing that 100% utilization. That's one of the key numbers or factors that they're going to be looking at as to whether or not whether it's a good buy or not. Papa Mac says, "What seat-based event does not have tiered pricing?" Question marks. But so far, the public reaction is negative. Public seem to think movie theater chains are making bank and can afford to reduce prices. I mean, I have a feeling. First off, we're seeing a lot of negative media, Papa Mac on it, and I would let AMC not worry about the news media and let them run their testing in certain product areas and see what they come up with as results. You know, if they start seeing that there's that um, demand doesn't show that there's a availability or the need for different pricing and seating, then they'll probably take away or not expand it out to all of the sites. The Lucas says, Casey, random question, but have you ever been abroad? If yes, where? I have been to several places around Kenya. I mean, there was we went to, I think it's called Four Corners or three. Yeah, I think it's Four Corners. Maybe? I don't know. Maybe it's Two Corners. I think it's like maybe it's like the spot there where you can like be in like three different countries all in one spot. But we basically went to Kenya. So I've been to Kenya. I've transferred through Heathrow Airport many a times, but never really actually gotten out and gone into anywhere around there. So I don't know if I really count that one. And then I also took, is it Three Corners? Yeah, maybe it is Three Corners. I can't remember. It's been way too many years ago. But I've also been to many different. I've been to Turkey. I've been to Greece and a lot of different Greek islands that are around there. Patmos. I don't remember all the names of them. I think I've been to Patmos. I don't know. My mom would know better than I would. I can't remember. It was so long ago. I've been to South Korea and Mexico and Canada. I feel like those are almost. I feel like those are kind of givens, but it's kind of funny when you talk to people here in the U.S. It's surprisingly most people don't ever actually even make it out of their own state. And that's, believe it or not, it's shocking to me. But yeah, I've been around a lot, quite a bit. Devil Inside, no, my OBS froze. If there was something nefarious happening, I would let you know, but it was something really stupid. OBS locked up on me, and so as soon as I rebooted OBS, I was able to get back up and running again. So nothing crazy wild. It was just a glitch, standard glitch. I've been. Billy says I've never been to Mexico, so I mean it's really kind of surprising. I kind of almost feel like Canada and Mexico are kind of like standards. I feel like most everybody should get out and at least go to the bordering countries to where it is that you live. But surprisingly, people don't do it. They just don't. They don't want to travel, and that's fine. Everybody's got their own their own comforts that maybe they just don't have any desire to go. I don't know, for whatever reason, but not me. I like to travel. Joe says I refuse to go to Canada. I don't know why, man. There are brothers to the north. It's a good place. Oh, son of a gun. You know what? Thanks for reminding me. That poll got canceled out because of the live stream ending. Let me put it back up again because I have no idea what the poll was at. So I will put it back up there again for you guys. I've been to Hawaii, yeah, but it's obviously not out of the country. I've never been abroad. I've always been a man. Yeah. A couple places that I'd like to go that I've never been to. Um, Germany, Australia, um, Netherlands, mm, the the Philippines, and part of me wants to go to Japan a little bit, but like for the most part, to me, I feel like going to Japan is more or less it's just for me to want to just see what the culture's like where they live with. But I don't really have any desire. Like, there's nothing specifically there that I want to see. Which actually kind of is almost like Australia a little bit too. There's nothing specifically in Australia that I want to see. It's more the culture than anything that I just want to be. I just want to be in, have the culture around me and see what the people are like, or how they live, and just in general, just spend time with the people. Uh, just because I like to get to know people. But uh, but yeah, I think those are probably the. I'm trying to think if there's another place that I want to go. Um, I think that's probably it. Lucas says, "Come to Amsterdam, Casey. I'll take you to my weed farm." Sounds good. Sounds like a smoking time. So part of the reason that I want to go to the Philippines is, and I think it's the Philippines that I'm thinking of. Part of the reason that I want to go to the Philippines is because I've been told that some of the diving around there is absolutely spectacular. That's the main reason why I want to go there, more than anything. It has nothing really to do with um, anything else other than location and the diving. That's about it. I probably won't like the food very much. Um, I just want to go to dive. I'm diving in Philippines. That sounds so bad. Oh, Ireland. Now that Kevin's posting out like all these different places, Ireland is definitely a place I want to go to too. England would be fun. I just don't know exactly where in England I'd want to go. It's just kind of like there's a lot of different places, but I don't know. It's like I don't know. Never made it to Canada. I grew up in Chicago. But yeah, yeah, Ireland is definitely a place I'd like to go to. So Netherlands, Ireland, those would be fun. UPS says I want to see some Russian cities. Um, I would avoid Russia. Just me personally. I just don't. Everything I've ever heard from most pilots that have ever flown to Australia or to Russia, and then my dad, being kind of a somewhat of an expert, in Russian culture for an American, uh, kind of tells me that I just don't know that I would necessarily enjoy it over there. I feel like I would be sad, I think. Yeah, every hour on the hour, Meat Jacket, we're like 3 minutes away from going over the numbers. And you know what, Meat Jacket, don't feel bad. Don't even feel bad one bit about coming just for the numbers and then taking off. I totally get that. I mean, there's a lot of time in here that I got to fill in with just random talking. So, so if anything, using me for the numbers for the day is perfectly acceptable. Don't even feel one bit bad about it. Keto says, Casey, can you explain the derivatives and how the top five banks are holding 200 trillion? I don't like what kind of explanation could you want from that? I mean, they're literally they're banking on the fact that people are going to be making bad bets. Um, I don't know. I don't know what I'll say this. How about this, Keto? I'll say this. I am not a derivatives expert by any means. I have never, ever, ever claimed to be a derivatives expert, but I do know how to follow money. And when I see that the money, whose money the pockets are winding up into, it kind of tells me a little bit about something, a little bit about something that's happening there. And so following money is really kind of the key thing when you understand what it is that you're up against. Um, and you're playing against the big dogs, you can lose pretty hefty. So you gotta kind of you kind of gotta take profits early, and it's not really something I want to dive into, honestly. Options are not how I view as a way of making tons of money. Not for me. That's just how I feel. There's some people out there who are great at trading options. It's just not my expertise. R. Yale says the spy is just crazy today. Let's take a look at it. I know Bird Eye says you just explained it with the question. I mean, there's not really much more to say other than the fact that they're holding on to $200 trillion in options. That's pretty dangerous. It's not only is it dangerous, but it's also a lot of money, and it's money that they want to not just hold on to, but probably collect on as well. Let me take a look at SPY real quick here, just because it was mentioned. Yeah, it's just up and down, up and down. More down than up, though. We are getting super close to heading back down and tripping that SSR at $6.12. All right, it's 10 o'clock. It's time to take a look at the numbers. Let's see what we got going on here. Just noticed that it looks like some of my numbers are kind of cut off a little bit here on the page, but it's not too bad. All right, we'll just stick with it. I don't think I'm gonna have to give you guys a two-factor authentication speech here. So give me just a second while I move around some screens. Crash and stick, crash and stick. All right, let's see what we got going on. Starting with off exchange. By this time in the morning, I expect about 49% going through off exchange and EDGX to be somewhere between 11 and 12% for the day. Currently on AMC, we have 54.18% going through off exchange and 13.38% going through EDGX for a grand total 67.56, when we should only be seeing 60%. So we're about 7.56% higher than where we should be for the day. CHX volume, guys, get this. Just throwing this number out here real quick for you. CHX volume on AMC is at 3.18% of our daily average volume, with our 30-day average being at 1.42 now. The total amount of shares is at 669,000 shares so far traded through CHX this morning. On Ape, highest amount of volume so far through the off exchange is 48.31, and EDGX is at 8.63. Total combined on that is 56.94% of our volume going through those exchanges. That is really, excuse me, that's really, really low. That is like, what is it, 3% lower than it should be by this time in the morning. CHX volume is almost double what it normally sees, though. 30-day average is 0.07. It's at 0.13 this morning. GME's CHX volume is half of what it normally sees, and HYMC is sitting at about half as well. Taking a look at the Ortex data, so far this morning, we had an hour ago about 18,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now a reporting of 264,000 shares having been returned. It's going to slightly lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 22.53%. Cost to borrow min is at 85.22, average 329.72, and max at 358.94. Shares on loan for the day, day over day, decreased by 4.4 million shares. And Ortex is estimated about 1.5 million of that was in closed short interest day over day, leaving the shares on loan at 178.31 million shares. When you do see shares being short interest being closed out, that is usually a very strong bullish sign. Taking a look at Ape, so far for the day today, we've seen about wow. So an hour ago, there was 4.01 million shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 7.01 million shares borrowed for the day. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 7.4%. Cost to borrow mins at 7.6, average 9.46, and max at 10.18. There's serious amounts of borrowing going on. The total amount of borrowing for the day is actually 12.53 million shares, but they returned about 5.52. So there's massive, massive, massive positions being exchanged right now. Shares on loan day over day decreased by 700,000 shares, leaving our shares on loan at 41.61 million shares. Those are some big numbers, guys. Very big numbers. Taking a look at the options, highest amount of volume so far for the day on the calls has been at a $7 strike. It went from 10,000 contracts to 13.7. On the puts, highest amount of volume has been at a $6 strike. There was 2.5 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 5.5. So market is indicating a closing price of AMC somewhere between $6 and $7 before the end of the day. So if we're anywhere close to that right now, then we're probably going to stay above 6. We might drop below 6 temporarily, just for short positions to be able to close out some positions, maybe that puts that they might have out there. Uh, we'll see, but it would probably be temporary at the most. And let's see here, taking a look at combined price of AMC and Ape. We're currently at $9.30 for the day today. We did get that push off of $10.18 earlier this morning. We're finding a little bit of support here. It does look like we're kind of trending just a tad bit. Um, let me go back down to 1 minute interval here and kind of see what we got going on right now for the day. Yeah, I'm not going to draw anything yet. Right now, we're kind of consolidating between those that 878 and 950 price targets that I said that we've been have been like some very consistent amounts of support and resistance that we've seen from the past. So we're just kind of consolidating in that range right now, which is good because we've cooled basically with this hard drop right in the beginning morning portion of the day, and the consolidation right now will help to cool off RSI for an impending price run up maybe in the future here. So it is good to see a little bit of a cooling off, although there might be more to come. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three that I'm looking for here. AMC is the first one on the list. We have a 65% buy to 35% sell ratio. On GME, we've got a 67% buy to 33% sell ratio. And on Ape, we have a 70-30 buy sell ratio on Ape. Looking very, very strong on all three of those, and they are on the top 30 most heavily traded securities currently. We've got SSR trading at $6, or I mean, SSR trips at $6.12 for AMC for the day today. Ape trips at 2.844. I don't think either have tripped as of yet. Total amount of shares borrowed looks like they borrowed out the rest of the 250,000 shares. So now we've had about 250,000 shares borrowed for the day today, which is about 100,000 shares more than there were yesterday. ETFs also borrowed out about 36,000 shares, but I haven't counted those yet because I only do increments of 50. Last known fee amount was at 205.7%. NASDAQ is up 0.22, Dow Jones is down 0.3, and the S&P 500 is down 0.06. We currently have 4,049 decliners to 2,352 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing currently. Ethereum Classic is up 0.96, DXY is up 0.06. WTI or oil is up 1.73. We've got mortgage-backed securities that are starting to head green at 0.05 and 0.011. SPY starting to move upwards now, actually kind of ripping a little bit here, up 0.02% compared to where it was earlier this morning. VIX is showing up 1.7%. VTI is down 0.03. VB is down 0.5. Tesla is down 0.11. Amazon is down 2.15. Cinemark down 0.67. Doge is up 1.17. Bitcoin is up 0.77 at 22.9 a coin. GME is down 10.08%. HYMC is down 1.6. Hood is down 2.5. CS is up 0.14. NCMI, which we sold, AMC sold out of. I'm going to actually remove this from my tickers because we no longer hold it. Ape is down 3.64. AMC is down 7.43% for the day. Inflow versus outflow. There's approximately $400,000 more inflow for the day today on AMC than Ape. 23.78 million shares traded so far after 99 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 93.67 million shares traded by the end of the day. And pre-market has suggested somewhere between 60 and 80 million. Actually, a really good chance we end up hitting those numbers at this point. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI at 53.18, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a crossover on the vortex indicator within the last hour, and RSI at 42.7, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.37, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.5, which is below average. On Ape, Ape has approximately $1.3 million more outflow than inflow. 16.2 million shares traded so far after 101 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 62.55 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I couldn't suggest more than 10 to 30 million shares traded. I think I might end up being on the low side on this, but that's what I've got for a number so far. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 64.93, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.14, which is above average or slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.96, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.62, which is slightly below average. And so now they're probably going to do what I was saying for the most part, like get volume to reduce as much as possible by, just flatlining the price, which is what it kind of looks like. You can see the volatility is way down. We got a pinching off of the volatility. And same kind of thing going on with Ape as well. Sticking that price right there at just about $3 with hardly any kind of volatility. This is where they're going to control volume. My guess is that they'll probably start letting Powell speak here in about an hour and a half, and perhaps maybe use that as that attempt. Why do I keep not showing you guys all these numbers? My bad. Uh, show it. Well, I'm so sorry. I don't know. I think I keep doing that to you guys where I don't push the button to show you guys the numbers. Um, but my guess is that Jerome Powell will probably come up there and speak, and they'll drive the price down real quickly, and then allow it to rise. We may not vacate, maybe not today, but I think that there is a chance that we do drop below 6, perhaps going into the rest of this week, though. And I'm not sure exactly how or what day that will be. My guess would be more likely tomorrow than any specific day. One thing you also have to look at, vacay, is looking at failure to delivers is a massive indicator as to what price may end up doing, because institutions are either forced to buy or not forced to buy. And as of right now, we're going through starting tomorrow, actually might even be starting today. I think there's a 3-day period of kind of like a period of time where they could drive price down to try and collect shares for upcoming like volley of like massive failure delivers that are stacking again. So um, yeah, makes sense to try and drive price down when you need to collect shares. It looks like majority of you guys, I've got 151 people who voted so far. And it looks like majority of you guys want to watch Powell. I apologize to the 38% of you who don't. I understand your feelings, but I do want to try and give as many people the potential. This is why voting is so important. This is why voting is so important. If you don't like what it is, if you're not getting what it is that you think is a fair a fair shake at what it is that you want, getting more people to vote's the way to go. Sammy, for which one? I just ran through the numbers. You could scroll back in time. I literally just went through all the numbers. But it is cost to borrow is up on the page there. If I've got on the yeah, I've got on the right one. Cost to borrow is right up on the page. Let's see here. Yeah, you're welcome, Sammy. And I'll switch over here real quick to Ape so you can see it. Ape's up there now. Average 9.46. I don't know, Nosa. I mean, it gives them cash on hand. The question is like why? I'll tell you what. I mean, this is probably not going to be very popular to hear. I'll tell you what I think though. If AMC thought that there was any chance that that was going to get delisted, probably a good idea to get your money out of it before it does. So I don't know. I don't know why, to be honest. But I think it'll be interesting to see what ends up happening with NCMI in the current or in maybe the next few weeks. Like if it moves over to OTC or something like I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, so somebody was asking earlier this morning when is the best time to be watching the order books? Somewhere between now and like 1 o'clock every day. These are like the slowest times. That's why I'm yawning right now. I don't. What's your? I'm kind of curious, Nelson. What's your theory on it? I actually was kind of asking around a little bit last night what other people's theories were on why AMC would sell off their position with NCMI. Seems like, I mean, it doesn't seem. I don't know how to put it. Why now? I guess that's what I'm trying to get at. Why now? Need cash? I doubt that's the case. I mean, it's not going to be a whole lot of cash. Not that much. They could maybe get like two or three small projects done with something like that, but I doubt that's the reason. It does. It's the first thing to think of, though. Adding to cash on hand might make a difference, but not really a whole lot. Okay, so I'm reading through different news for AMC here, and as it stands right now, it sounds like there's a lot of news media really putting a kibosh on the idea that AMC is changing their pricing per seat price. AMC Theaters is changing its ticket pricing. These are the titles of the articles. Oh my gosh, man, I'm starting to sound like Powell over here. Customers will be charged at AMC Theaters depending on where they choose to sit. AMC to price movie theater tickets based on where you sit. AMC Theaters getting pummeled for their three-tier seating price, corporate greed. AMC Theaters to change movie ticket price based on seat location. AMC announces new price system based on seat location. What to know? AMC Theaters introduced tiered pricing based on seat location. And AMC Theaters is changing its ticket pricing. So, and then, and of course, why not show the stock price plummeting on the day where they can throw out some negative media on it as well. I would imagine that's gonna be that's gonna be the talk here. Glenn says people will just buy cheaper seats and then move once the movie starts. Yeah, I don't know. They might. And is AMC gonna start policing? Right, that would be the next step. Is are they actually gonna police where people are sitting? I had there was a movie that we were going to watch. I'm trying to remember which one it was. It might have been Black Adam. I'm not sure. Anyways, I keep telling you guys that we have like, 7 or 8 tickets we end up usually buying. Well, the only row that was available was the lower section top row. And but there was one seat that was dividing us. So I went ahead and bought the seats. I bought two on one side of the dividing seat and then 5 tickets on the other side of it, right? So we were divided by, one person. And we initially, when we got there, we kind of got there a little bit early, and I told the kids that they could just sit there, and when they saw the person coming down the road, that they needed to move the seat to a different, they needed to shuffle down one to separate us. And at some point, like the movie was getting ready to start, nobody had showed up at that point for the seat. And next thing I know, I've got this like employee for the company coming down and asking me like, hey, are you guys, can I see your tickets or something like that? I said, no, 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 I'll just have the kids move down. Apparently, the guy that came for the seat didn't even bother to like come in to try to get his seat at all. He saw it was taken from above and then immediately went out and got an employee. The employee came, after the employee contacted me, I was like, yeah, I'll just have the kids move down a seat and he can't have a seat. And the employee's like, don't worry about it. I'm going to give him a different seat. And I was like, oh, okay, thanks. And so they gave him like a better seat, which was cool. I thought they handled it really appropriately. Yeah, I know. If he would have just come down and just, said, "Hey, that's my seat," or the kids would have seen him come walking down the row, and we all would have moved. So, because we knew somebody was coming there. Um, it was kind of a weird situation, but I have full faith that that's probably going to be the case. People probably will buy cheaper seats and then just sit in them and then wait to see who shows up and then move accordingly. Which AMC's got to test it out and see if it works for them. If it doesn't work for them, I'm sure they can just take it back. I'm not worried about it. Papa Max says, after having stadium seating with reserved seats in our local theater for a few years, I personally would never go back to the old way without reserved seats. It's it's nice, right? We remember back in the day when you had to like there was no reserved seating, it was first come, first serve. And so like if you wanted to get good seats, you just had to show up like ultra early. That was pretty messed up. I like it too. I like it that you can pick your seats out now. Um, I like it. But, I am also man, I can never remember what it's called. Um, I have to look at my app to see. I am a A-list member, which means that that extra fee for the seating, preferred seating is not applied, I believe. So I don't have to worry about it. That's the simple solution here is that people can just buy the A list, get 3 movie tickets a week, never have to worry about what seat they're sitting in because it doesn't apply to them. And so it kind of sounds to me like Adam Aaron's trying to move people into moving into a monthly paid subscription to go see movies, which really is not a bad deal. It's actually a pretty decent deal when you consider what you get for it. Papa Max says, I hated the old way immensely. so so did I. In fact, as soon as they started making reserved seating available in a lot of the movie theaters where I live at, that's I wouldn't go to anything else other than reserved seating. Jabib says SSR will be triggered as soon as Powell starts speaking. I'm counting on it or thereabouts. Maybe I'm kind of expecting Jabib's it to be towards the end of the day, so I would imagine maybe they'll wait till he's done speaking, or I don't know. But it does make sense that they would probably trip it right when he does start speaking, though. Yes, actually, I was talking to Adam about that. Yukon Movie Pass is coming back apparently. So I don't know if that's going to be a good thing for AMC or not. I would imagine that it would generate more revenue for AMC if Movie Pass becomes a thing again. But I don't know. We'll see. Yukon says I have friends already back in it. I'd rather just pay AMC direct. I don't care one way or the other. As long as AMC is getting more ticket sales, that means more revenue generated from concessions. So one way or the other, if you're getting people in the door, I don't. It doesn't really bother me. Yeah, you're not wrong. Down We Go says, "What is Movie Pass?" Somebody's gonna have to correct me because I never actually was a part of it. But you might have to correct me if I'm wrong. But the way I understand it is you pay like a monthly price, and then they just give you Movie Pass tickets to go see movies whenever you want, up to so many times a week or something like that, depending on the tier program that you have, and I forget the details exactly, but it's essentially like what A List is for AMC, but you're paying another company, and from what I recall, the prices were really 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 cheap. People really felt like they were getting a great deal on those movie passes, but a lot of people were kind of speculating that the company wasn't making a whole lot of money, and so it went belly up because of the fact that they were to get people into the program, it was costing them more than it was worth. All Day 365 says this price movement looks like after hours. So the whole reason for this All Day 365 is to decrease volume, right? We've talked about that from the past. Whenever they want to decrease volume, they just run the price sideways, and once volume's completely dissipated, then they can start manipulating price a lot easier. So that's what you're seeing happen right now. And more than likely, like others have said as well, I'm expecting that when Powell starts talking, they'll probably run the price down, trip SSR probably on both AMC and Ape. Maybe it's just one and not the other. I don't know. And then you'll see price either rebound off that or they'll stick the price right there. But the combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $9.34. We have the only people who are at risk right now for price predictions is Apex and Einstein. Apex had 916 and Einstein had 905 for their lows. So they're not. I have a feeling they're actually probably going to be okay. My guess is it will probably close probably really really close to wherever it is that we're at right now, or really close to it. But they're going to be they're going to be clenching. I can feel the clenching already starting. Apex says, fingers crossed. You know you're clenching. All right. You know what? We didn't talk about. I wanted to go back over pros and cons of the vote. And that's something, and we got about 30 minutes here before I got to do the next numbers. And I was kind of thinking about, I guess maybe some of the different things that I would vote for. If I were going to choose one direction or the other, like, what would I put down for a con? And I think one of the things I want to add to the con list is that let me just make sure it's not already on there. Yeah, I don't see it, so I'm going to go ahead and add it on here. One of the things that I kind of feel uh, to me that I think is important um, is what's going on with current price, right? So why would I vote no, or what would be a con is that maybe we're already squeezing, right? Uh, Perhaps maybe price action is super explosive, and I wouldn't want that to be hindered in any kind of way. I guess the best way for me to word that would be um, extreme price movement, or current extreme price movement. That's kind of one of the cons that I would throw on there. Um, Food Hawk says, "Did we already add Lou to the con list?" No, we did not, but that's funny. Doug says, "MoviePass was a subscription-based service that allowed customers to see multiple movies per month for a fixed monthly fee, popular for a time as a way to see multiple movies in theaters at a discounted rate." Yeah, it's basically A-list. It's the same thing that AMC has right now. Only what I remember about it, Doug, was is that the prices of the tickets were the monthly. If when you divide out the amount of movies that you could see when you're paying the monthly rate, would have been stupid low. It was like it ended up being like $7 or $8 a ticket, and so it made it, you know, extremely worthwhile. No, not it doesn't necessarily equal no vote, but it could just be it's the pros and cons to. So I've got two different sections here. I've got voting yes, what would be a con, or voting no, what would be a con. So I've got two different lists, and I know it's just the same. It's almost like the same exact thing, but just in case it does kind of, there are some instances where you could say like one way or the other, and whether it would be a con or a pro, and what list it should make. But maybe we can post this up. Powell speaking in about just about an hour from now. It says 12:40. It should be 12:40 Eastern, so it should be 11:40 my time, or basically an hour and 5 minutes from now. The company struggled with sustainability and eventually went out of business. AMC passed on doing a deal with them. Yeah, so the way I remember it, Doug, was is that they weren't making enough money. Like they were trying to get so many people signed up for it, and they weren't making any money on on what it was that they were offering. Ben Shapiro just tweeted on theaters. You're gonna make me look up Ben Shapiro on my Twitter. That's gonna Man. All right. Here we go. Different theaters with better seats and amenities charge different prices. There are different prices for matinees, and there are better or and worse seats in a theater. Pricing mechanisms may allow movie theaters to continue to function profitability and stay open. That's what he tweeted 4 minutes ago. Wow. Elijah Wood said the movie theater is and always has been a sacred democratic space for all, and this is new initiative by AMC Theaters would essentially penalize people for lower income and reward for higher. What? Come on. Oh, Elijah Wood, give me a break. Like, so are you telling me that like when you go to a baseball game, that only poor people sit in? I mean, that's probably actually true. Only poor people sit in the nosebleed section. Well, yeah, of course they do. I went to the Spurs game. I'm not a rich guy. I sat up in the nosebleed section. So yeah, guess what? Money makes a difference. Get over it. Sorry, but yeah, money does. Money does make a difference. And sometimes you know what? It's not about. You think any kid ever gives a flying F what seat they sit in when they go see one of their favorite movies? Nope. It's only the adults that care. Only the adults are the ones that are mattering. And we're talking about $2 here. It's not like we're paying like sports price differences. We're talking like $2 difference in movie tickets. It's not a bad huge amount. Like it's like nobody cares. It's like they're making a way more of a big deal about this than it's worth. All day 365, it would have to be after December or and December. It would have to be after February 8th or tomorrow. It would have to be because they won't know who to send it out to until tomorrow, as that's the last purchasing day for ownership of shares that can be voted for. So it would have to be after that day, but when specifically, I have no idea. And I've actually kind of heard that some people have already been getting them, but it seems unreasonable because if they don't hold a position uh, after the 8th, or if they didn't hold the position up to the 8th, then they shouldn't have received anything. Attendees Plus Plus says after the Elijah tweet, someone tweeted out the different ticket prices for his DJ event based on seat location. That's a good point. I go to concerts. Yeah. I don't know. I actually don't even know who the hell Elijah Wood is. Believe it or not, but that's just because I don't keep up to date on who's who in the. I just don't know names. I really don't know who they are. And so um, obviously, when you say DJ event, I'm assuming he must DJ. But yeah, I go to concerts all the time, and seating prices are different. I don't know who he is or what he does. Let's see. Maybe I should know that. Hold on, let me look up and see who Elijah Wood is. I have no idea. Oh, he's an actor. Oh, it's the guy from Lord of the Rings. Okay, I know who it is. I'm not very good with names, so does he do DJ stuff on the side too? Let's see here. What's going on here? Why did you say DJ? Elijah Wood DJ SoundCloud. Apparently he does some kind of music stuff as well. Hmm, didn't know that. I've probably even heard it and didn't know. Bet you Elijah Wood would like to get paid for me playing his music. Should that cost money? What the hell is this? Okay, yeah, that's gonna make my ears bleed. That's awesome. He's really good. Oh man. Joe says yes, I love it. Sorry, not my thing. Oh man. Just saying. I can just tell you right now, based off of that right there, I would not. I would probably not sign up for one of his concerts. Oh man, look at that. All day 365 says ask an obvious liberal AF musician if they'd give away their first 10 rows for free to see their reactions. Yeah, they make money there. Buck says better chill, they'll take your channel down more than likely. You know what, Buck? If you know if Elijah Wood is as hard as he sounds, he probably will take it down. He seems to be a real stickler for money, you know. You know, because if you're poor, he supports you. He's all about the poor people. That guy. He DJs on the floor with big hairy feet. Well, I got. Is that true, Bird Eye, or are you making that up? Because if you're making that up, I'm giving you a point for the day. So you better tell me, is that the truth, or did you make that up? Because that's funny right there. I got to give you a point if it's true, or if it's not true. Tano, I think as far as expectations go, I think he's probably just going to talk about everything that we always hear, and include probably some kind of I don't know. There'll probably be some kind of advertisement and some kind of program that they're doing in there as well. He just dispatched his homies to Austin. Oh, it's speculation. All right, I'm gonna give you a point for that one, Bird Eye. 'Cause that was pretty funny, man. He DJs with big furry feet. I like that. Leto tried to choke him out a few years back. Jared Leto choking out Elijah Wood? Really? That's um that's intense. I have to say, like, out of all the Jokers that are out there, Jared Leto is my least favorite. You know, it's something that's terrible. My wife really liked him as the Joker, and I was like, "Are you serious?" I'm like, "That guy is like, I'm like, he's like the worst Joker representation I've ever seen in my entire life of the Joker." And she's like, "I really thought it was kind of cool and different," and I was like, um, "I don't know. I didn't like it." So her and I just didn't see eye to eye on that one. In fact, we bought a whenever we go to see some of these movies, either DC or Marvel, they usually have like some kind of artist that's there that sells pictures, and I know they're all reprints and just probably not worth it anyways. But we buy them anyways because why not? And then so we bought some pictures of this is like if you want to know how in relationships there's always that one thing like in Christmas Story where it's the leg lamp that's got with the stocking netting stocking or whatever, and it's that one thing in it like every relationship that's always got it's that needling point. I refused to let her hang that Jared Leto picture of the Joker and instead replaced it with another Joker picture that I bought from somebody in India that was the picture of um, I'm gonna forget their names. Heath Ledger, and the one that play Phoenix, not Phoenix, son of a gun, I can't think of his name. But yeah, anyways, those two guys. Phoenix. I said Phoenix. Oh, did I get it right? Holy crap, I can't believe I pulled that one out of nowhere. I did say Phoenix. Okay. Yeah, Phoenix. Those two jokers, one leaning his head on the other one, and they're there, and they're both next to um I'm so bad with names. I wish I was better at names. His girl. I just can't even think of her name right now. Um, I'm so bad with names. Why? Why? His girl, the Joker's girl, Harley. Yeah, thank you. I couldn't think of it, Aaron. Thank you, Harley. Harley's in a picture right next to him, and so like it's this point of contention because she liked the Jared Leto Joker more, and I really like the Heath Ledger and Joaquin Phoenix duo. I should show you guys the picture. I've showed it before. It's a phenomenal hand drawing by somebody in India that I paid. They shipped it over from India. I was watching a live stream of them drawing it on Reddit, and I just absolutely fell in love with it. And I sent them a private message and said, "Hey, I really want to buy that picture off of you. I think it would fit perfect on the wall with some of our stuff." And wait, give me a second. It's almost time to do numbers here, guys, and I gotta show you this. Hold on. I gotta show you guys a picture of this. I'm gonna go take a picture real quick, and then so I can show you guys. I'll be right back. All right, so um, I went ahead and just posted it as a here on YouTube. Let me pull it up so I can show it to you guys because I figured it was probably the fastest way for me to just get it put up real fast. I can probably like delete it later. Did it not post? What the heck? It's showing it didn't post. Okay, hold on, let me try this again. That's odd. I wonder if I can't post while I'm live. I would imagine that's probably the case. Um, okay, it's saying post was created this time, so let me see here. Ah, there we go. All right. Let's see. Main. So this is the pic. Oh, son of a gun. Can I zoom in on this? I don't know if I can zoom in on this. Probably not. All right. Awesome. Let's zoom in on it. It doesn't do any justice to the fact that I'm zooming in on this, but there you go. You got Heath Ledger, and then you got Joe Quinn Phoenix sitting here, both staring. This is all in pencil, by the way, guys. She drew it. She hand drew it with pencil shavings with her fingers, and it doesn't do it any justice. The picture that I just took here, because it's just so not. Um, the quality of the image is pretty poor here, but in person, when you look at this thing, it is absolutely incredible. The detail is just insane. And then, of course, then you've got uh, whatever her name is. Next. So, but anyways, it's done in pencil, and it's almost like a charcoal type painting, and I think it's absolutely marvelous. I absolutely loved it. But my wife just doesn't really like it all that much. So, I don't know. It's that it's that point of contention. But anyways, Apex is like Harley, Casey, Harley. Yeah, I always forget her name. Is that a picture of the Island Boys? No. It's a great picture, guys. Like if you ever had a chance to see it in person, you'd see what I was talking about. But it is phenomenal. I absolutely thought it was the coolest thing I'd ever seen, and it's unique. Nobody else has one, so I like that. And I love the fact that I was able to watch the artist draw it and on a live stream, and that I bought it from that person, and I actually tipped her really well, and I was hoping that perhaps maybe that'll kind of boost her uh, career in art, because she's amazing at some of the work that she does, and I don't know. I love supporting people who can create magical, cool things like that. Because dang it, I can't. If you guys could only see how bad I am, it makes me appreciate that much more. Have I tried AI though? AI what? I got two different DJs in here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Elijah Wood must have reached out. I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble now. The DJs are coming for me. Z Wade says, "Yeah, I suck at drawing. That's why I shoot photography." I mean, right? Like the art's already there for you. You just got to capture it. that's that's my kind of art too, Z Wade. Because I mean, you can see the beauty, right? Like, and when you see the beauty, it's all just a matter of capturing it with just the right amount of lighting and maybe adding some effects to it or whatever. But like you're saying, it is truly and honestly just the capturing of the beauty that's already in existence. And that's the great part about photography, and I like so much because it's not to me, it doesn't seem that hard to capture the beauty. Uh, while it does take talent to do, and setting up the conditions just right and all that. It's not for me, and I don't know if you would agree with this or not, Z Wade, but I feel like it's way easier to do that than is to sit down and actually draw the beauty or paint the beauty or uh, whatever it is the artist mold the beauty out of clay or whatever it is that they're doing. So uh, photography is just easier. It's so much easier. Not everybody has an eye though, right? Like not everybody has the eye for finding the beauty in nature and in the world around you. So there is that. We got about 5 more minutes here, guys, and we'll take a look at the numbers again. Uh, I guess. No, I'm not gonna. Here's how I look at it. Painting creates the beauty. Photography is finding it and making it better later. that's that's how I see it. I agree. I agree. Yep. This is extremely so if you look at the volume profile on AMC, for example, right now, guys. I mean, look at the volume profile here, just absolutely being tanked down into nothing here. The average share volume per minute is currently kind of averaging somewhere between like most of these minutes in here are somewhere between 12 and 150,000 shares per minute. So I mean, there's quite a wide range, but some minutes are really really low, some minutes are spiking. But for the most part, the average volume you can see is absolutely pacing off quite a bit here. And as we've found out through polls, when are you more likely to buy? Are you more likely to buy when price is moving up, moving down, or trading sideways? And the answer is up and down. Less people are likely to trade or buy when the price is flatlining. So how do you control volume? You stop price movement. That lowers the amount of volume that's being traded in the marketplace, and it essentially allows you to be able to control what happens. Holy smokes! I have DJ Ola and DJ Quagmire in here. Is there any other DJs? What's going on? I feel like I'm getting. I'm gonna be in trouble. I'm gonna regret ever having said something about, about Elijah Wood. DJ Tanner. Oh man. Hold on a second. Tech We Love says, isn't it odd that the actor only had something to say about AMC changing its prices, but had nothing to say about Netflix and other streaming tiers of payment? Sus 100% Wood is compromised. I mean, one of the things that we've been saying for a long time is why aren't actors supporting AMC or any movie chain for that matter? I mean, that is where the money comes from. So why in the world would they not support or stand behind at least one movie theater or another? And we saw The Rock stand behind AMC. He actually was going around a bunch of different AMC's and supporting them. But he was kind of like one of the few. We haven't seen a whole lot of that happening with other actors or actresses, and so and now all of a sudden you've got actors that are saying negative things about movie theaters, and it's like, wow, that's where your paycheck comes from. What are you going to get out of that? What are you how is that going to benefit them? Apex says, I don't think Frodo knows what he got himself into. American Trader says, I disagree, Casey. I do both. I find them equally hard, photography and painting, and are just skills. Having the eye and imagination to do both are the real challenge. You know what, American Trader, you're right. You really, truly, honestly, you're right because as a musician, I find it very difficult for me to believe that there's people out there that just can't learn to play music. And but after having taught music for some period of time, I can tell you that there are people who struggle, no matter what, they struggle with music, and there is a percentage of people out there who are just straight up tone deaf. And when you run into people like that, they have no ability to be able to grasp. They can enjoy music, but they can't really play it. There's also people like myself who struggle with rhythm, and that ends up becoming a little bit of a hindrance as well. So I understand what it is you're saying, and I tend to agree with what you're saying too. But um, I guess for me, I guess I'm really talking about for myself that it's much easier for me to capture art than it is for me to um, the beauty of art than it is for me to make it. So I'm really just talking about myself. Sam says all top four actors are under the thumb of the big money that funds films. Big money would love to cut out the theater companies to have more of the pie, hence quiet or negative talk only. Hmm. Arby says they're all getting streaming deals like Apple TV. That's why we have patience with you. Oh, I thought you were talking to me, Joe. You're talking about Food Dog. I thought you were talking about me. I was like, yeah, okay, that actually makes sense. I've heard that before. uh, Ian Drade, welcome. Good to see you from San Diego, fellow San Diegan. Tech We Love says, Casey, look how they treated The Rock after he said that positive stuff about AMC. They stripped him of his future Black Adam movie roles. Might be a coincidence, but Hollywood pushes agendas. Sus everything. Didn't wasn't there like a problem though? Because I think there was a little bit of an issue because I think he was kind of pushing to get the guy that played Superman in the movie, and like they didn't want him in the movie because they wanted to cut him out. And so I think they didn't like the fact that The Rock was telling them what they were gonna have to do, and so I feel like there might have been some like other stuff that was happening there that would have probably caused some friction. Uh, I don't know. That's I'm guessing. Howie Frog says every person is unique. Just have to find the thing that clicks. It's like the locks on the fence that I was showing you guys, right? We're all different, all unique. We all have our talents. And 1 point for Joe. All right, it's 11 o'clock, guys. Let's take a look at our numbers and see what we got going on here. Give me 1 second here. Taking you guys over to the other page. Remember, I won't be able to see what it is you guys are saying or comments or questions, so hold those until you see the big tramp back on the screen again. And let's get into this. Let's dive into it. Starting with off exchange and EDGX volume, which is sitting right here next to me. We've got, by this time of the day, I would expect to see somewhere in the range of about 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. As it stands right now on AMC, we've got 54.49% going through off exchange, EDGX at 12.03%, combined total 66.52. So we're about 4.52% higher than where we should be by this time of the day. Not huge amounts of suppressing of price through that, but definitely some. CHX volume is very, very high today, guys. Uh, it's 5.27% of our total daily volume when our 30-day average is 1.48. We have 1.37 million shares going through CHX already for the day today. That's massive. It's very massive. Taking a look at Ape, 47.85% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 7.9%. The combined total is 55.75%. That is lower than what it should be by about let's see, 4, 5, 6, 6.75%. No, 6.25% lower than what it should be by this time of the day. And then CHX volume is definitely elevated. The 30-day average is 0.07%. It's at 0.12. GME CHX volume is low, and HYMC CHX volume is low. Taking a look at Ortex data. As of an hour ago on AMC, there was approximately 264,000 shares having been returned. It's now 679,000 shares having been returned. That's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float to 22.5%. Cost to borrow minute 85.22%, average 328.35, and max 380.05%. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 178.3 million. 178.31 million shares. Day over day, that's a decrease of 4.4 million shares on loan. Ortex is estimating about 1.5 million of that to be in short interest that was closed out day over day. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago there was 7.01 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 5.19. That's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float a little bit to 7.28%. Cost to borrow mins at 7.6, average at 9.47, and max at 10.18. Shares on loan day over day decreased by 700,000 shares, leaving our shares on loan at 41.61 million shares. Options. Highest amount of call volume for the day today is at a $7 strike. An hour ago there was approximately 13.7 thousand contracts. There's now 15.3. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $6 strike. An hour ago there was 5.5 thousand contracts. There's now 6.2. The market's showing almost 3 times the amount of volume in calls versus puts, but still suggesting a closing price on AMC somewhere between $6 and $7 by the end of the day today. On AMC and Ape combined, you can see the price is at $9.34 and consolidating right in between two different very significant price points that I've got marked on here that we've seen has held as levels of support and resistance from the past at 878 and 950. I am expecting to see this to drop some more. I don't know if it's going to be necessarily today. I would expect to see SSR trip at some point today, perhaps. If not today, maybe even tomorrow. Orders by Fidelity customers. Let's see if AMC, Ape, and GME are still on the list here. So far, most of the day today, they have been. AMC's on the list here with a 66% buy to 34% sell ratio. GME is on the list as well with a 69%, or actually, let's call it 70-30 buy sell. I don't see Ape. Where's Ape? Ape may have fallen off the list here. Yeah, I think Ape fell off the list. SSR triggers at $6.12 for AMC. Ape triggers at 2.844. Shares available to borrow, no change in the last hour, and they have returned the ETF shares from earlier this morning that they borrowed all 36. They actually returned 37, borrowed 36, returned 37, 1,000 of those shares. The last known fees were at 205.7%. Total shares borrowed so far for the day today. I'm going to go ahead and round up those 35,000 shares. I don't normally do this, but 280,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today. NASDAQ is up 0.39%, Dow Jones is down 0.17%, and the S&P 500 is up 0.13%. We currently have 3,686 decliners to 2,719 advancers. The market is more declining than it is advancing. Let's see here. We've got Ethereum Classic is currently up 1.29%. DXY, or the US dollar, is showing down now 0.02. WTI or oil is up 2.77. Mortgage-backed securities are now down anywhere from zero point 0.04 to zero point 0.09. And SPY is up 0.19, 0.18. VIX is up 0.51. VTI is up 0.12. VB is down 0.4. Tesla is down 0.51. Amazon is down 2.45. Cinemark down 1.02. Doge is up 1.31. Bitcoin is up 1% at 22.9 a coin, almost 23K a coin. GME is down 12.32. HYMC is down 1%. Hood is down 1.79. CS is up 0.71. Ape is down 2.22. AMC is down 7.65%. Inflow versus outflow for the day today on AMC, we have approximately $700,000 more inflow than outflow. It's more like $600,000. Let's just call it $600,000 more inflow than outflow. 27.47 million shares traded so far after 161 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 66.54 million shares traded by the end of the day today for AMC, and I suggested somewhere between 60 and 80 million. At this point, if volume continues to stay this low, which I don't expect that to happen, I will be running the risk of running high on my volume prediction on AMC. I have a feeling that we're going to see volume spiking at the end of the day today, so I'm not too worried about it. I'm pretty sure I'm going to hit those numbers. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.18, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.76, which is, what is that? 42.7. It's break time, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.49, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a crossover within the last 20 minutes or so. RSI at 44.45, which is slightly below average. It does look like there's more news here. Yeah, they're talking about why we're getting hammered today. Oh man, you gotta love this stuff. Talking about inflow and outflow for Ape, we've got about $1.2 million more outflow than inflow. 19.15 million shares traded so far after 163 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 45.81 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million shares. That's actually starting to look like a strong possibility now, which earlier it wasn't at all. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 68.65, which is signaling above average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.38, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.81, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.15, which is slightly above average. I think I can. Rice or corn checks? I'm going to go ahead and end the poll here. We've got 297, almost 300 people who voted, and it looks like you guys would definitely want to hear what Adam Aaron is saying, which I can understand, or not Adam Aaron, what Jerome Powell is saying. I don't even know why I said Adam Aaron. So I'm going to go ahead and honor that request. I do have a link for that, and it looks like it's supposed to start here in about 25 minutes ish. So let me head on over to watch that. Let's see here. Yeah, that works. Oh, it's a Zoom meeting. Interesting. Starting to see a little bit of a run up in price right now. Uh-oh. Hope this doesn't shut me down when it's downloading. Yeah, it's like Hazel says it's starting to move. It's almost as if they're detecting my uh the fact that I'm going on break. Uh Boy, this looks a little bougie. Look, bougie. How do I get invited to one of these parties? What do you think would happen if a guy like me walked up in a place like this and you know, just sat down to eat? Shorts, t-shirt, well, golfing shirt, Kansas City Chiefs hat, long beard, glasses, nice outspoken laugh. Fushi, no, bougie, with a B, bougie. I don't even know if it's so many different letters there, not even right. All right, so you guys asked for this. I'm going to go on break here, but I want to make sure that I've got this set up to where you guys can see this. We'll let their music play in the background. Let me put it up here so you guys. The flip flop. Oh yes, definitely flip flops, Bird Eye. I wouldn't wear anything else. Casey, are the Island Boys talking? I don't know. I don't know if the island. I felt like I was talking over that. Joe says I'm an island boy. Let's see here. It says. Oh, did I close it? It says Washington D.C. Oh wait, no. Hold on a second. It says the Economic Club of Washington, D.C. signature event featuring the Honorable Jerome H. Powell, Chair of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. The description is the Economic Club of Washington, D.C. is pleased to announce that David Rubenstein will interview the Honorable Jerome H. Powell, Chair of the Board of the Governors of the Federal Reserve System. And it does say 12 o'clock p.m. Eastern. However, according to the website for the Fed calendar, it says 12:40 Eastern. So I'm not sure what all that means. Maybe it just means that this is why they're streaming this right now. They're all getting their lunch. Oh, you know what this means, guys? If they're all getting their lunch right now, we're gonna have Powell's bowels today. we're gonna get the good old Powell's bowels. Because he's apparently eating lunch right now. So when he gets up there to speak, we'll probably get the good old gassy gas out of him. Oh man, I can see the burps coming already. I feel like I'm gonna need a drink a little early today, guys. This feels like a drink kind of day. Sounds like a parody of the Hell's Bells, Powell's Bowels. Well, you know, he's influential. He can do what he he's influential. I only crack myself up. I don't know. All right, I'm gonna go to break here, guys, so I can eat a little something something, and then and then I can come back, and then we'll get a little influential talking from our pals pals. I'll see you guys back here in just a little bit. I'm actually gonna let the music here play. Hopefully this doesn't cause me some kind of like monetization issue here. I can see that happening. He inflatulates the markets. Apex, careful. I'm almost gonna give you a point for that. All right, I'm out. I'll see you guys in just a little bit.
up. And your mind saying, what if I fall? Well, what if you don't? What if you're fine?
Can I have your attention, please? Can I have your attention? Okay, thank you. So, as I think everybody knows, our special guest is the chairman of the Federal Reserve Board, who has now completed 5 years as chairman as of 2 days ago, your 5th year, and now been on the Fed board for almost 12 years. So, Jay, thank you very much for being here. And why don't we start with an easy question? So, you made a speech last week commenting on the FOMC's decision to raise the Fed discount rate by a small amount, relatively speaking, 25 basis points. Some people would say that was small.
Easy question.
But at the time, it wasn't clear that the jobs report would be as strong as it turned out to be subsequently. Had you known that the jobs report was going to be as strong, would you have done 25 basis points or something different?
David, thank you for that question, and thank you for inviting me here today. It's great to be here. So we don't get to play it that way, unfortunately. We have to, but I'll take it this way. So the message we were sending at the FOMC meeting last Wednesday was really that the disinflationary process, the process of getting inflation down, has begun, and it's begun in the goods sector, which is about a quarter of our economy. But it has a long way to go. These are the very early stages of disinflation. So the services sector, really, except for housing services, pardon me, is not really showing any disinflation yet. So our message really was this process is likely to take quite a bit of time. It's not going to be, we don't think, smooth. It's probably going to be bumpy. And so we think that we're going to need to do further rate increases, as we said, and we think that we'll need to hold policy at a restrictive level for a period of time. Then comes the labor market report for January, and it's very strong. It's certainly stronger than anyone I know expected. And so, but I would say we didn't expect it to be this strong. But I would say it kind of shows you why we think that this will be a process that takes a significant period of time. The labor market's extraordinarily strong. And by the way, it's good. It's a good thing that inflation has started to come down without it. That has not happened at the cost of a strong labor market. So, and of course, since then, financial conditions have tightened significantly since then.
So let me ask it another way. So, by the way, when the numbers coming out, the jobs numbers, 519,000 jobs, does anybody call you up in the government and give you a little heads up, this is going to happen, or they never do that?
So on some data, sometimes we get data just the night before, and it's only me, and but not on all pieces of data. It's a very small amount of data, and we get it just the night before. For example, if we were going to get a big piece of data in the middle of an FOMC meeting, as often happens on the day of an FOMC meeting, it will help me to know it the night before.
Okay, so the markets, after your speech last week, the markets assumed that therefore there would probably be another 25 basis point increase in your next FOMC meeting. Was that a bad assumption by the markets?
So what we said at the meeting was that we believe that we anticipate, is what we said, that ongoing rate increases will be appropriate. And the reason is we're trying to achieve a stance of policy that is sufficiently restrictive to bring inflation down to 2% over time. And we don't think we've achieved that yet. So we said that, and now you see the labor market report, and I think, again, financial conditions are more well aligned with that than they were before.
So the assumption when you made your speech was that probably the Fed might even consider decreasing rates by the end of this year. And the markets no longer assume that. You think the markets are wrong?
Well, so let me say, these are all of these numbers that we're throwing around here are conditional on incoming data and what happens. So we never say this is what we think will happen. We make a tentative forecast and then we let the data come in. For example, if the data were to continue to come in stronger than we expect, and we were to conclude that we needed to raise rates more than is priced into the markets, or than we wrote down at our last group of forecasts in December, then we would certainly do that. We would certainly raise rates more.
Okay, so today, for people who aren't familiar with the FOMC, who actually is on the FOMC?
So the U.S. Central Bank consists of a board of governors here in Washington. There are 7 governors. Those governors are nominated by the president and confirmed by the Senate, and we serve terms that are not synced up with the election cycle. So we're independent. There are also 12 reserve banks around the country which have a degree of independence, and so each reserve bank is led by a president who works there full time. All 12 of them sit on the FOMC. So that's 19 people sit on the FOMC. So it's quite a large committee, of which 12 vote in any given year. The Reserve Bank presidents vote on a rotating basis, except New York, which votes every year.
So when you vote, do you vote at the beginning of an FOMC meeting and then just kind of have discussions afterwards, or do you wait till the very end and then you vote?
No, we vote at the end. I mean, the FOMC meeting process takes, more than a full week. I'm talking to all of the participants, all 18 other ones, and staff has sent around memos, and there's something called the Teal Book, which is the staff's assessment of the of the economy and international economy and monetary policy and all that. Then we have an extensive discussion on the morning of the first day about the economy. Everybody talks about that. On the second day, we talk about monetary policy, and then we vote on monetary policy at around noon on the second day.
So does the chairman of the Federal Reserve Board speak first and say, here's what I think, or does he wait until the end and say, well, thanks for what you think, but let me tell you what I think? What do you do?
So
First or last?
different chairs have done it different ways. And so I've tended to do what my immediate predecessor did, I think. Well, this is what I do. I speak last on the sort of the economic go around. So everyone else talks about what they think about the economy and in their district, for example, if they're a Reserve Bank president. And I listen to all that, and then I give my comments at the end, and I kind of sum up what people have said. And then I speak first on monetary policy.
Okay, so you've said your inflation rate target is 2%. But why 2% and not 3%? 3%, could be tolerable, really. I mean, for most of organized history, 3% is considered okay. Why do you want 2%?
So 2% is the global standard, and that is our objective, 2% as measured by the PCE index. And that's not something we're looking at changing. That isn't going to change.
That's not going to change.
Not going to change, no.
But okay, so you need to get to 2%, and your goal to get there is by what period of time would you like to get there?
Well, we say that we're using our tools to get there over time. If you look at our forecasts, we expect 2023 to be a year of significant declines in inflation, and it's actually our job to make sure that that's the case. But I would tell you that with inflation headline PCE inflation is running about 5%. This is on a 12-month basis. Core is running at 4.4. My guess is it will take certainly into not just this year, but next year to get down close to 2%.
Okay, so 2% is firm. You're not going to get off that.
Yes.
Okay. So the theory of raising interest rates is that it will decrease economic activity and increase unemployment. But you've been increasing interest rates for a while, and unemployment is now at a record low. So what's wrong with the theory? Why is unemployment not going higher?
Well, the labor market is strong because the economy is strong. And as I mentioned, it's a good thing that we've been able to see the beginnings of disinflation without seeing the labor market weaken. It's just that there's a lot of demand for workers. In fact, if you look at the supply of workers versus demand for workers, demand for U.S. workers is now more than 5 million greater than the available supply. And the available supply consists of people who were either working or actively looking for a job. So this was not the case before the pandemic. The pandemic really had a left a lasting mark so far on labor supply in the United States. Labor force participation rate came down, and there now is a shortage of workers, and it almost feels more structural than cyclical. So that's a significant issue.
Now, you've resisted, I think, saying what unemployment rate would be acceptable to you, I think. But is there an unemployment rate that you think would moderate inflation such that you would tolerate unemployment at 4%, 5%, 6%?
I guess I think about it this way. You know, we have two goals that Congress has assigned us: maximum employment and price stability. Price stability, as we've agreed, is 2% inflation. Maximum employment means if you want a job, you can get one. So right now, the labor market is at least at maximum employment. But many would say that it is out of balance with more demand than there is supply. So what we're trying to do is get inflation down. We're not targeting you know, a different unemployment rate. We're trying to use our tools to get inflation to come down over time.
In hindsight, would you say that when COVID hit the economy and we injected $5 trillion of fiscal policy into the economy, and the Fed did quantitative easing and other related things, kept interest rates very low, would you say in hindsight that was a mistake, or was the right policy at the time?
So I think you have to go back to the decisions that were made in real time. And it was something nobody had ever seen. The global economy came to a virtual standstill. People were talking about depression. People were talking, and we didn't think we had no idea when we would get vaccines that worked. So Congress took very strong measures, and we took very strong measures. And you see where the economy is. You've got a very, very strong labor market, but you have high inflation. As I mentioned, we're at the beginning of getting that down. If you look around the world, though, at other countries, they're also experiencing high inflation, including countries that didn't do as much as we did, either from a fiscal or monetary standpoint. So that tells you, though, that a big part of this inflation is actually related to the pandemic itself, the shutdown and then the reopening. That's a big part of it.
Now, the quantitative easing program has increased the balance sheet, I guess, of the Fed. And what is your balance sheet now?
I think it's $8.4 trillion.
You must sound like you know. Sounds 8.4 trillion.
That was yesterday's number.
Okay, all right, 8.4 trillion. What would you like it to get down to over the next year or two? Is there some lower number?
So we are in the process of shrinking the balance sheet actively, actually passively, I should say. So what happens is as Treasury securities on our balance sheet mature up to a cap, a monthly cap, the balance sheet shrinks in that amount. Same thing with mortgage-backed securities as they are prepaid or so the balance sheet is shrinking. In terms of the target level of it, we haven't put a specific dollar number on it. The idea is we're in a regime of ample reserves. Reserves are basically deposits at the reserve banks. And when we get close to that level where we feel that reserves are ample, kind of where we were before the pandemic, then we'll slow down and we'll sort of test where we are. But it'll be a couple of years, we think, till we get to that level.
The Fed does not sell securities. They waits for them to mature and then you just cash them in, right? You're not in the market selling securities that are not yet mature. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's also correct, though, that we've said we would consider sales of mortgage-backed securities, but I will tell you that's not something that is on the list of active things being actively considered.
So some people that are worried about the federal debt limit and that we might not be able to extend it on time. We have $31.4 trillion of debt. Are you a little worried about the debt limit not getting extended?
So the debt limit is really something for the fiscal authorities to deal with. The Fed, our only role in this is that we're the fiscal agent of the Treasury Department. We're not a policymaker on that. And I will just say this really can only end one way, and that is with Congress raising the debt ceiling in a timely fashion so that the U.S. can pay all of its bills when and as due. That's what has to happen. And if that doesn't happen, no one should think that the Fed has the ability to shield the financial markets or the economy from the consequences of moving too slow.
So you don't have any program in place ready to go if in fact the debt limit isn't passed in time?
This is something that Congress has to deal with.
And the so-called $1 trillion gold coin solution is not one you're in favor of, I guess.
As I said, this ends in only one way,
okay.
And that way is
there's
Congress
the shot over the bow, guys.
The debt ceiling so that the U.S. can pay all of our bills.
Okay.
That's the shot over the bow right there.
Do you consult regularly with the Treasury Secretary or the head of the National Economic Council or the President of the United States? How do you kind of relate to the administration?
For a long, long time, 60 or 70 years, I think there's been a weekly breakfast or lunch with the Treasury Secretary and the Fed chair. And that's what I've had with Treasury Secretaries that I've had as Fed chair. I've also had regular, or call it irregular lunches with the head of the NEC. We also have regularly scheduled lunches with the Council of Economic Advisors. And that's really that's the institutional structure of our contacts with the administration.
So in the way the Fed works today, if you could reconstruct the operations of the Fed, would you change the legislation anyway? Would you think the Fed operates in a way that's as efficient as you can realistically operate?
We're not looking for any changes to the Federal Reserve Act. I mean, I think it does work. The structure that I discussed earlier, where you've got the 12 Reserve Bank presidents coming in, what that assures, really, it institutionalizes diversity of thought. So we get different people coming in who've got different backgrounds, different careers, and they think different ways. And I think that's enormously beneficial to our decision-making process.
So there has been discussion recently about the Fed, some Fed members, Fed board presidents selling their securities and maybe not doing everything they were supposed to do in terms of disclosing it. What have you done to fix that process?
We put a new system and a new set of rules in place, which I think are best in class for a public institution like the Fed. And the innovations were that if someone wants to sell something that they own or buy something, they have to clear that in advance with staff at the Board of Governors, and then you've got to wait 45 days for that to execute. Also, you can't own individual stocks, and you can only authorize these transactions or execute them during specific times. And we just, of course, all of these are disclosed. If your idea is to trade things, buy and sell them because you think this stock is cheap and that kind of thing, that's just not something that will work.
So what is the salary of the chairman of the Federal Reserve Board?
It's around $190,000, I believe.
Okay, so you live on the $190,000. If you need to sell something, what do? You have to clear it for 45 days, or?
That's right. If we have family expenses that, if we have them, that exceed my salary, then we have to sell an asset.
You think that's a fair salary for the job, or?
I do, yes.
No. Okay, so today, how do you coordinate with central banks, let's say in England or Japan or China? Do you have regular conversations with them about what they're doing?
We do, and I meet 6 times a year in Switzerland with the heads of many central banks, even the small and medium-sized ones in Basel at the Bank for International Settlements. In addition, among the major central banks, I have regular dialogues going with most of them. And so what we're talking though about is really what's happening in the economy and how are you thinking about policy and that kind of thing. It's very important that we keep those discussions going, because particularly in a crisis, you're going to need to know each other, and you're going to be able to trust each other.
And do you think the U.S. economy is pretty much in control of its own inflation rate, or are there events outside the United States, like what China is doing or the Ukraine war, that are affecting inflation and make you nervous about where inflation might be going?
We have the tools. The Fed has the tools to achieve our 2% goal over time. But inflation in the United States is, of course, very closely related to things that happen here, including the balance between supply and demand. It's also affected by, for example, commodity prices that are really set on the global markets. Oil and many agricultural commodities are priced globally. So that there are certainly, it's an integrated global economy and global markets, and we are part of that.
So you get data from all the various government agencies, but do you ever use anecdotal things, like you go to the supermarket and you see the prices are high and you say this price is high? Or how do you ever get anecdotal things, or people ever call you up, or friends, and say, by the way, you should do this or that? Do you ever get that kind of information, or do you only get it from the government reports?
I mostly get data, but I will say I do believe that anecdotal information is very useful. And one of the things the reserve banks are great at is all 12 of them have big operations where they talk to businesses and nonprofits, universities, every sector of the country and the economy, and they bring that back to the FOMC meetings and they talk about what they're seeing. Because often, staring at data is great, but you need to have a story, and I think hearing the stories that people tell, it does help me to sort of assess what's going on out there.
So as the chairman of the Federal Reserve is obviously an important job. How do you reduce the stress level you have? I mean, you can't be watching economic numbers all the time. So what do you do to relieve the stress other than interviews like this?
You know, the usual things. I read pretty light fiction, detective and spy fiction. I exercise as much as I can. As you know, I like to ride my bike. I play the
Is that
guitar,
safe?
play music.
Wait a second, is that safe riding a bike? You know, dangerous and
It's safe. Sorry, it's safe if you stay on the bike, and
okay, you're good at that.
that's what I try to do.
And you still play the guitar, or you're
I
still,
do. Yeah.
your hair is awfully short for playing the guitar. Don't you need longer hair? Or was your
Yes.
hair longer when you were younger?
Grayer. It's too gray too. So.
Okay, so let me ask you about the issue of what it's like to be chairman of the Fed. You can't go have, you know, regular friendship kind of dinners or meetings, can you? People treat you much differently, I assume, than they used to, right? When you go to a restaurant, are people listening to what you're saying or something like that?
I have always thought that my jokes were funny, David. But no. Yes, it's I've never been a public figure before like this.
Recording in progress.
You know, it's a great honor to serve. But yeah, when you go in public places, you have to be very careful about.
And
what you
does the
do.
president of the United States ever call you with any advice, or you don't realize he doesn't? Did President Trump ever call you, or President Biden ever call you, or?
Well, I think it's a matter of public record that President Trump did used to call me from time to time.
Okay. What did he call you?
No, I haven't had that kind of, I haven't gotten any calls from President Biden.
Okay, so the biggest challenge you have now is being able to keep a straight face, not telling people what you're going to do in the future, and look at the data and then come up with the right solution, right? That's mostly it.
I think the biggest challenge we face at the Fed is completing the process of getting inflation down to 2%. And what I want to point out is that we're seeing disinflation in the goods sector. We expect to see it in the housing services sector. And these are the three parts of the core PCE inflation index that we look at. There's 56% of the economy, which is the rest of the services sector. It's the biggest part, obviously. And we're not seeing disinflation there yet. And that's going to take some time. And we need to be patient. And we think we're going to need to keep rates at a restrictive level for a period of time before that comes down.
So when you made your speech the other day, when you talked about the Fed discount rate, you used the word disinflation 11 times. Not that I'm counting, but 11 times. So you were saying that disinflation is beginning to appear. Would you use that word 11 times again today after the jobs report, or you would be less inclined to use that word so much?
I might use I might say it. I would certainly use the word disinflation, yes, which means declining inflation, and I would call it declining inflation too.
And today, what about the total debt of the United States, which produces some inflation, 31.4, leaving aside the debt limit? Are you worried about the total indebtedness of the United States producing inflation, or you don't think that's a big problem?
Yeah, it's not the level of debt. I would say the thing I'd say about the level of debt is really, it's not, first of all, it's not the Fed's job, but I would say that we're on an unsustainable fiscal path at the federal government level. That has been the case for some time, and it's something we will have to deal with. And it's better to deal with it sooner rather than later.
Now, many of your predecessors were economists. You're trained as a lawyer. They spoke in what I call Fed speak, which is to say incomprehensible kind of economic language, which was done intentionally, I think, sometimes they would say. So you tend to speak in English. Has that been a plus, you'd say, when you're dealing with members of Congress, they can understand what you're saying?
I like to think so. You know, I've made it a real priority to engage a lot with Congress. In our system of government, unlike the parliamentary system, our accountability is to the legislature. It's to Senate and the House, and particularly the two oversight committees, Senate Banking and House Financial Services. And I think it's very important that we respect that and explain what we're doing and listen to their concerns and share with them how we're thinking about things. And I think they appreciate that. But that is, you know, we have this precious independence. We can't be removed from office. We serve these long terms. The other side of that has to be accountability. And the way for us to get accountability is to be as transparent as possible and try to reach, you know, the people of the United States through their elected representatives. So this is a very high priority, and we're going to keep doing it.
So when you testify in front of Congress, how much time does it take to prepare for that? Is that a 1 hour preparation session, or is it a one-day session or a one-week session?
You know, these are supposed to be monetary policy hearings under the Humphrey-Hawkins Act. And they're actually on anything that's any political issue. So it's quite extensive. You have to prepare for everything that the Fed is involved in and many things that the Fed is not involved in. It's a lot of preparation.
So when you get questions from some members, you have to bite your tongue and say, why are you asking a question like that? Or you never have that problem?
That never happens.
Never happens. Okay. 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 All right. Well, good. So today, as you look at the country's economy, what is the biggest worry you have about inflation? Is it just that the fiscal policy is not completely under control? We have exogenous events outside. What is your biggest worry about inflation today?
Well, it's kind of what I was saying earlier, which is we're just at the beginning of this process, right? Goods inflation. So we need that process to continue. Goods, the whole thing began, the whole inflation began with people not being able to buy services, instead buying goods, and then global supply chains collapsing. And so you couldn't get goods and prices of goods went up, and that's where it started. But that is now starting to get better as supply chains are improving and as people are rotating their purchases back to services. You move on though, we're not seeing it yet in housing services, which is either rent or the ownership, the imputed costs of house ownership. But we expect to see that. So we need that to happen. That's another big part of the economy. It's got to come. It should come in the second half of this year. Then the biggest piece of it, and what I worry about the most, is when are we going to see disinflation or declining inflation in core services ex housing? So that's what I worry about. The last thing I worry about is just another exogenous event. It's a risky world out there, with the war in Ukraine and the reopening of China, and those are things that can affect our economy and the path of inflation.
Right. So the balloon was not your worry, though. You don't care about the balloon.
It's not within our ambit.
Okay. So today, the Federal Reserve gets data from all over the country. And are you convinced that you get the best data, you have the best data collection methods, or do you think it's not as modern as what Wall Street gets?
So most of the data that we get are just the same. We don't collect the data on unemployment or inflation or most things. So most of that's just government data, and a lot of that's, for example, very high quality. The labor market data is very high quality. What we get, which I think is better and different from what everybody else gets, is what I mentioned earlier, and that is the reserve banks putting together the beige book, putting together the beige book, and also coming in and sharing the anecdotes and what they're hearing, what's happening with each district is different. You have agricultural districts and energy districts, and so that I think our anecdotal, but also just the haul of information we get through that network is I don't think anybody else has that.
So do you consult regularly with some of your predecessors? I mean, obviously one is Secretary of the Treasury now, but Ben Bernanke, for example, or?
I do. I talked to former Chairman Bernanke. I talked to, Secretary Yellen. I still talk to Alan Greenspan now and again.
And when you're dealing with your colleagues on the Fed board, and you disagree with them, do you say, look, I'm the chairman of the Fed, I am the person who has to make the final decision, and this is what we should do, or you don't quite do it that way?
It's a process of reaching agreement, and I hear what people have to say, and I tell them what I think, and then I'm the one who has to bring a proposal in front of the full committee, not just the board, but in front of the full committee on monetary policy, and it works. We have to reach an agreement, and we get to a place. I think you can tell today we are blessed with a diversity of perspectives on the FOMC with 19 people. Of course we are, but you have one thing that unites all of us, and that is a very strong commitment to getting inflation down.
So in some parts of Washington, people say, if you give me this, I'll give you that. I'll trade this for that. You never do that at the Fed when you're coming up with a decision. I'll do what you want if you do what I want. That doesn't happen ever?
Not really, no.
Oh,
no.
Okay.
Like you mean a better office or something like that?
Well, just, I'll say what you want me to say if you say what I want you to say or something. That never happens, right?
No, it doesn't happen. I mean,
and when you want to talk to members of the board, of the Federal Reserve Board, do you go to their office or do they come to your office?
I like to do both.
Oh.
I mean, I really don't like to sit in my office all day and have people come to see me. I like to go barge in on people, and I think it's much better to get up and walk around and see people.
The Fed has been pretty good at avoiding leaks of its decisions. How do you do that? Because most people in Washington are not so good at that. How do you avoid leaks?
We
of what
do
you're
have,
about to do?
we've got very strict rules around confidentiality, particularly around the written materials that we have. We publish these things internally for the FOMC meeting, the memos and the Teal book and all that. But the other thing to remember, though, is we're not trying to hide our decisions from the public. We actually, in modern monetary policy, we want the public to understand how we think, how we're thinking, and if markets really understand how you're thinking and a new piece of data comes in, the markets will go, well, they're going to do this, and it sort of happens organically. And that happened all last year as we were, talking about raising rates. The market priced in rate increases long before we actually enacted them. So it's not, we want to be transparent. We're not looking to surprise markets with these decisions.
But from the time that you make your decision on the FOMC, whatever time it is during the day, and your press conference at 2 o'clock or something like that?
2:30.
2:30.
Yeah.
So your decision is made by 2 o'clock or whenever it is, or something like that. So you got a half hour, but you have to avoid leaks during that half hour because that's very market sensitive information. How do you make sure nobody is calling their spouse and saying, guess what we're going to do?
Well, people take this very seriously. None of that happens. You're taking your professional life in your hands if you do something like that. I think people have a sense of self-preservation.
BS.
So people are very careful about this information. There is a period of a couple of hours after the meeting and until we announce the decision, but we announced the decision at 2. The press conference is at 2:30. So I think, it's a fairly small group of senior staff and policymakers that kind of know what happened and what we're going to say. And I just think everybody understands that you just got to be really careful with that.
To go back to the jobs discussion, if next month you had another 519,000 jobs created, net jobs, would that be good or bad from your point of view? Have we a lot of people working, but maybe producing more inflation?
So we don't have the luxury of thinking about good or bad. It just is what it is. So, but I would say again, most analysts, most economists would say that to get inflation down from high levels that we've had, if you look at history, there is some softening in labor market conditions that goes along with that, and that is still, very possible and indeed likely here. Some softening in labor market conditions. However, this cycle is different from other cycles because of where it came from, and it's just confounded all sorts of attempts to predict what it would do. So it is good that we have seen very strong labor market, but at the same time, we're seeing wages moderating. Wage increases are still very high, but wage increases have come down to a level that is closer to what would be sustainable, still well above what would be sustainable with 2% inflation. And same thing with inflation. Inflation is starting to come down and the labor market hasn't softened. We do expect that it will soften, but it will do what it will do. Our job is to get inflation down to 2% and preserve maximum employment.
So when the FOMC meets, as it does regularly, eight times a year,
Yes,
8 times, you pretty much know how the decision is going to come out before you actually get together because you've been talking to each other, or does the meeting of the FOMC change minds in ways that you might not have expected before the meeting started?
it depends on the meeting. I talk to each of the 18 other participants at least once, and we go through everything. What's your analysis of the economy? How are you thinking about monetary policy? How are you thinking about the path forward and all of that? So in some meetings, I will say some of the time, you get into a discussion at the meeting which suggests that maybe you should communicate differently. And then we'll think about that. And we might actually take a break in the middle of the meeting and then go off with a smaller group and think about that and come back and make changes. Sometimes, though, everything plays out as expected.
And when you're having these FOMC meetings, I assume somebody sweeps the room to make sure there's no bugs and anything.
Yes, all that.
So no leaks.
No.
Okay. And today,
Yeah, and the SEC has
as you look
a
forward,
basket for
as we
tips for
are
coffee.
going forward for the next remainder of this year,
Sure,
your
sure they
basic
do.
view would be you'd be happy if the inflation rate were to get down by the end of the year to 2%, may be unrealistic, but your core inflation now or overall inflation, you think is about 4.5%, something like that, or what would you say it is?
It's in that range. There are different measures.
Okay.
Yes, we expect significant progress on inflation this year, and again, it's our job to produce it. And I want to say again, we throw these numbers around, but the reality is we're going to react to the data. So if we continue to get, for example, strong labor market reports or higher inflation reports, it may well be the case that we have to do more and raise hikes more than is priced in.
So if I wanted to go get a mortgage on a house I was going to buy, for example, you would say I'm not going to be any better off waiting to next year than now because rates aren't going to come down that much at the beginning of next year. So I might as well get the house now, mortgage.
So
Oh, please answer
surprisingly
this.
enough, I get a lot of requests for advice on those kind of things.
And you don't give
Come
any?
on,
And
answer it.
but I really can't.
Oh, answer it.
I really can't respond.
No,
So,
tell
okay,
people,
so
tell them. Tell
on the
them, Joel.
whole, to summarize
Jay,
where
tell
you
them,
are,
Jay.
you're basically saying that the jobs data that came out was a little bit surprising, but in the end, you've taken into account and you're pretty comfortable with the guidance you gave last time, and you're not prepared to give anything that's completely different guidance than you gave last week.
Well, I mean, this is a world in which we've had the labor market report, and I think that does. I think it underscores the message that I was sending at the press conference and in the meeting, that we have a significant road ahead to get inflation down to 2%. And I think there's been an expectation that it'll go away quickly and painlessly. And I don't think that's at all guaranteed. That's not the base case. The base case is for me, is that it will take some time, and we'll have to do more rate increases, and then we'll have to look around and see whether we've done enough.
Okay. And 2% is the rate we had for the last 25 years before inflation came along. But prior to that, for most of US history, we were higher than 2%. Is it that 2% we're now so used to 2% after 25 years of it that you think that's the appropriate level?
So we went through this long period where inflation was really anchored around 2%. And we think that, and economists think that that's because people start to expect 2% inflation. And inflation, it's in a way, if everyone expects that prices are going to go up, prices and wages are going to go up 2% per year, then plus productivity in the case of wages, then it will. That's what'll happen. Having price stability, real price stability for an extended period of time is just enormously beneficial to the public, because you can then, on the back of that, you can build a very strong labor market, as we had a labor market with really 3.5% unemployment in 2018 and 19. And we had inflation running, just barely getting to 2%, wages moving up the most for people at the lower end of the spectrum. And so this was we all want to get back to that place, but the bedrock of the whole thing is to get inflation under control.
The unemployment rate hasn't come down as much as people are going up as much as people thought. In part, some people say because we don't have as many immigrants coming in the country, legal immigrants coming in, taking some of the jobs they otherwise would take. Do you think immigration is an issue in terms of giving us more labor workers, or do you think that's not a factor?
So just as a matter of arithmetic, it was a factor because there was very little migration across borders during the pandemic. And that was part of what was happening, particularly in certain sectors like the agricultural sector and food service and things like that, where there just weren't the people. However, just very recently here, the immigration data have turned up again. And I think that may be part of why people are feeling somewhat less pressure in the labor market to find workers. This is an issue not for the Fed, though. Immigration is obviously a political issue. We do not seek to be a player on this. But it's just a fact, though, that right now the United States has fewer available workers than it has jobs plus job openings.
And when you increase interest rates, the traditional effect is to increase the value of the dollar versus other currencies. Do you have any concern about the value of the dollar going up too much, or that's not something you comment on?
So the responsibility for the exchange rate really rests with the Treasury Department and the administration, not with us. Of course, that's another financial variable that goes into every economic model, but we don't look at it as something that we're working on.
All right. Well, I think I haven't been able to get you to say anything you didn't want to say. I would say, Jay, I've known you a long time. I think you've done a great job in a difficult situation. I appreciate your service to the country at $180,000 a year, or whatever the salary is, something like that. So thanks very much for being here, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, David. Great to see you. Thank you.
That was a weird way to end that. That was a really weird way to end that. I would. I'm just trying to put myself in Jerome Powell's shoes here. I'd be like, I think you're doing a great job for the 180K you're making a year. It's almost like, it's almost like, can you imagine if your boss, if you walked into your boss's office and he's like, hey, I just want to chat with you for a little bit, kind of ask you like, he's kind of like just trying to find out how you're feeling at work and everything, and testing, the waters, and seeing how you like working with your fellow employees. And as soon as you hear your boss say that one moment where he goes like, hey, how do you like your coworkers? And you're sitting there, like he wants you to like basically narc on your coworkers, right? And you're sitting there going like, not today, Satan. so, but this guy literally sits there and goes like, at the very end of the meeting with your boss goes like, well, I see you make, this looks like you're making about $28 an hour. You're doing a pretty good job for $28 an hour.
And that may be the true joy of painting, is when you share it with other people. I really believe that's the true joy.
I don't know if that really fits, but we asked. In a roundabout way there. Um, yeah. Anyways, let's see. Let's take a look at the numbers, shall we? I feel like it's numbers time here. We got a little bit of Powell's bowels. They weren't that bad. I didn't hear any farting going on today. It was mainly just burping a little bit. It seems like he needs to carry around some of those Tums or antacids or something that goes well with his meals that he has. He's starting to sound a little bit like Beavis over there. I make fun of them guys. And I know when I get to be the ripe old age of 85, 90, I don't know what he is, but when I get to that age, I'm sure I'll probably, have the same. I probably already really do have the same problems, honestly. You just kind of have to laugh at it. It's just it's a part of getting older. Yeah. It's like you start out young and then you get old and then it's just like all grunting and pooping your pants and you know. So we all get there. We all get there someday, guys. No, he's not really that old, Nikki. I'm just making fun here, but because he just kind of looks like he's like 90. I don't know. I think we looked it up one time. I want to say he was like in his 60s or something. I don't know. Let's see. Let's look at it again. How old is Jerome Powell? 70 years old. He's 70 years old. He would have been 69 last year. Just saying. Nice. Let's see here. Mac and B says that's offensive to my future self, Casey. Yeah, we all are gonna have to deal with it. we're all gonna get there eventually. Don't you worry. Timo, I really, it's hard to say, but I would expect to see probably some more downwards momentum probably tomorrow. Based off of kind of where Ichimoto Cloud's kind of taking us, I do feel like there might be a little, and there's also failure to delivers have kind of cooled off for in the next 3 days, but then it gets hot and heavy again. So I think we're going to see like a couple day period of time here where we see a little bit of a downtrend. But let's go ahead and take a look. See, look, I already got Powell's bells. They're kicking in on me too here, so it's not like I don't already deal with the problem. Let's go ahead and take a look at our other numbers over here, guys. Let's see. Let me see if I'm going to have to give you guys a speech about. I probably will. Two-factor, yep. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it. It's something that keeps somebody out of your account and gives you a little added extra protection. Highly recommend getting it. It's your money, it's your choice. You can do what you want. But if you do set it up, make sure and put in a secondary code or a secondary device that can receive the code. So in case something happens to your primary device, you still have access. I'm also asking people to start taking daily pictures of their portfolio and saving it in a folder someplace so that in case something should happen with your broker, or if there's some kind of conflict of interest in how many share positions you hold with whatever it is that your holdings are, you'll have the proof of what it is that you held. Not a bad idea. So maybe consider that, and then saving those pictures with a date and then in the folder someplace so you can have access to it. But the other thing, if you're not going to do it on a daily basis, maybe you don't have a whole lot of activity in your portfolio, You could probably do it once a week too. That might work for you as well. But let's go ahead and take a look at what we got going on with these numbers. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So hold those thoughts, comments, or questions for me specifically until then. Taking a look at off exchange first, by this time of the day, I would expect about 50 or 63% combined between off exchange and EDGX volume. Right now on AMC, we're at 53.72% and EDGX is at 11.44. Combined total 65.16%. That is about 2.16% higher than it should be. Getting really, really close to matching what it should be doing for the day. CHX volume is massive today, 5.89% of our daily volume going through that exchange. 1.9 million shares going through there. That's a huge flag. Huge flag of closing of positions, in my opinion. On Ape, why would they close positions? Because they probably imagine the price is going to be moving down. Like, you wouldn't want to think about this for a second, guys. You're holding a short position. You're holding a short position, and you plan on making money on the price dropping lower. Would you close? No. No. You would keep it open, because if you think the price is going to continue to move down, you'd want to collect on that. So it's a bullish thing to see short. It's a bullish thing to see short interest closing. Off exchange for Ape for the day today is at 49.31% right now. EDGX is at 7.53. The combined total is 56.84%. Let's see. That is 7 point. I don't know what it is. It's 6.16% lower than what it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0.09% of the daily volume. That's actually pretty close to the 30-day average. On GME, CHX volume is low. On HYMC, CHX volume is also low. Taking a look at Ortex data. As of an hour ago on Ortex, there was approximately 679,000 shares having been returned for the day. That number is now currently at 680,000, so very small difference, leaving our estimated short share interest of the free float at 22.5%, cost per minute 85.22, average 328.06, and max at 380.05. Shares on loan for the day today decreased day over day by 4.4 million shares on loan, and Ortex is estimating about 1.5 million of that was in closed short interest day over day. Shares on loan are now at 178.31 million shares on loan as a result. I know I said that on loan amount like so many times. Oh, wow. Okay. So on Ape, an hour ago there was 5.19 million shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now down to 3.14 million shares. There's a lot of activity though going on in both borrowing and returning of shares for the day today, and we have currently. That's going to lower our estimated short share interest of the free float down to 7.15. Cost per minute 7.6, average at 9.47, and max at 10.18. Shares on loan day over day decreased by 700,000 shares, putting us at 41.61 million shares on loan. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call options is at a $7 strike. An hour ago, there was 15.3 thousand contracts. There's now 18.5. And on puts, highest amount of volume an hour ago was at a $6 strike. It still is. There were 6.2 thousand contracts an hour ago. Now there's 7.9. We do have a close runner-up, though, at $5.50. But as of right now, the market is still suggesting a closing price on AMC somewhere between $6 and $7 by the end of the day. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape, we're at $9.31, still consolidating in between this Fibonacci retracement at $9.24 and $9.50. Not seeing a whole lot of movement, and as they were probably likely trying to reduce the amount of volume that's going to impact price for the day. I'm not going to draw anything out on this because, quite frankly, I don't see anything. Wait, hold on a second here. Hold that thought. Sometimes I love the magnet, sometimes I hate it. So there's a this upper level of resistance that we've seen, I think is still kind of in play here. But it does look like we have a slight bit of lower level support, and we are consolidating in a Fibonacci retracement. That might consolidate and see a breakout with this lower level support rising here. We might see a breakout maybe in this time frame, kind of like in here. Let me see what the price point, 926 to, yeah, right about in that time frame. That time frame is 4 o'clock in the morning on tomorrow morning. So pre-market to, I don't know, like market open somewhere around there. This could break out to the top side. This does look like a little bit like a bullish triangle that's kind of forming right now of point of resistance and a point of support. So we'll see what happens here. But if it's going to break out going up, we're going to want to see rising price and rising volume. So rising volume into the end of the day today and rising volume going into tomorrow morning. Actually, it's just now broke the level of Fibonacci support at 924 and starting to head down right now. We may test that right now and not even wait. We'll see. If it breaks through this level of resistance here, the next spot that it's going to have to drive down to is 878 for a level of support. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME have been on the list most of the day. Ape fell off in the last hour. Let's see if AMC and GME are still on the list here. AMC is still on the list here. We have a very strong 65% buy to 35% sell ratio. That's good enough. I like it. GME's got a 71% buy to 29% buy sell ratio, which is actually really decent. I like that too. Both of those look really well, but I do not see Ape on the list. Likely due to low volume. SSR trigger price for the day today on AMC is at $6.12. That has not triggered yet. Ape is at 2.844. Shares available to borrow is 0. Since they returned the ETF shares, no new activity. Last known fee percent was 205.7% for borrowing. Getting so close to triggering SSR. So close. NASDAQ is down 0.01. Dow Jones is down 0.5. The S&P 500 is down 0.24. Let me just refresh this to make sure. It looks like I was a little off there. NASDAQ down 0.1. Dow Jones down 0.59. S&P 500 down 0.34. We have 3,779 decliners to 2,688 advancers. The market is more advancing than it was an hour ago. Taking a look at Ethereum Classic, it's currently up 0.23. DXY, or the US dollar, is down 0.25, taking a little bit of a downtrend here. WTI, or oil, is up 2.17. Mortgage-backed securities are anywhere from being down 0.02 to being up 0.04. SPY is showing down 0.37, and it looks like it's kind of on a downtrend. VIX is up, or down rather, 1.49. VTI is down 0.43. VB is down 0.83. Tesla's down 2%. Amazon down 3.81. Cinemark is down 1.85. Doge is down is up 0.37. Bitcoin is up 0.22 at 22.8 a coin. GME is down 12.33. HYMC is down 3.49. HOOD is down 2.92. CS is up 0.84. Ape is down 4.91. AMC is down 9.78, just about ready to trigger SSR here any minute, which is at $6.12. Inflow versus outflow for the day today on AMC, we have approximately $1.1 million more inflow than outflow. Gotcha. I don't know if you heard that popping sound in the background. That was my bug zapper. Those mosquitoes. They love this sugar blood I got going on over here. Santa Claus has got sugar blood. Volume for the day today is at 35.3 million shares traded so far after 243 minutes of trading. putting us on a pace for 56.65 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in the pre-market that we would see somewhere between 60 to 80 million shares. So we are underneath that prediction. If we do see some additional volume at the end of the day today, it might make my prediction, but I could end up being over here. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with almost a divergence of the vortex indicator. An RSI at 49.52, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.84, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.98, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 32.42, which is below average. Taking a look at Ape, approximately $1.6 million more outflow than inflow for the day today. 25.05 million shares traded after 244 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 40.03 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in the pre-market somewhere between 10 and 30 million. Looks like I'm going to be a little bit on the low side, but I don't have a problem with that. That's fine. I don't care as long as I'm under. On a 4-hour time interval, we do have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.8, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.14, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.93, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.2, which is slightly below average. And did we trigger it? Looks like we hit 612 on the nose. Let me verify that it triggered according to. It's not showing up on Stonko Tracker as having triggered. So what was our open price at, or closing price yesterday? Let me check something real quick here. It might be a decimal, not a decimal, but a number that's like extremely low, like one of the thousandths of a penny, of a dollar. Let's see here. Hold on a second. Looking for this page here. Closing price yesterday was 680. Should be 612 on the nose. This is showing that we hit 612, so I'm not sure why it's not, Stonko Tracker is not reporting it. We'll have to see if it. Oh, never mind. I just refreshed Stonko Tracker. It's reporting now. 612. All right. So we did trip SSR for AMC, not for Ape though. Tendies Plus Plus says my wife is coming back from a teaching conference in Nashville tonight. I need to get the home, get some cleaning done. Kids were pretty rough on the house. She teaches elementary school. Yeah, man, make it look pretty for her before she gets back. Make the kids help you. Get that stuff cleaned up before she gets home, because it'll make her feel better. Nothing like having that love tank full. Devil Inside says, Casey, the best for mosquitoes is Thermacell. Is that something I take? Or is that, like, what is that? I don't, hold on a second, let me look it up. I'm not taking anything. It's a mosquito repellent. Oh. So I have tried so many different things, and I mean, I see it's only going to cost me like 17 bucks or something to start this, or to get one of these things, but to be honest with you, like, there's so many things that I've tried that I think for the average person, like, some things work really, really well, but I think, I don't know if you know this or not, but I think it's your carbon dioxide levels that attract the mosquitoes, and I think I must have like some kind of like high carbon dioxide elevated carbon dioxide amount that comes out, and that so it tracks them even more. I don't think unless that thing produces carbon dioxide, uh, then it probably is not going to help me one bit. They used to say blood type tech we love, but I think it's more of a carbon dioxide thing than it is blood type. Eat more garlic. Thanks. I eat plenty of garlic. I don't think I need any more. Uh, SSR in terms of, I guess Jamie, in terms of like what is it exactly? It's whatever the previous closing. There's so many places to start on this to explain it, but it was a rule that was enacted probably after the 2008 market crash, where they've started preventing short share restriction exemptions when you're not supposed to have them anytime unless there's certain conditions that are met within the marketplace. Some of those conditions that are required to meet that is when you have low liquidity in particular security. And so when you see the price drop by, if you see the price drop by 10% from the previous closing day's price, it allows them to basically create synthetic shares. And so, a lot of people go like, what does it do, or how does it help, or what, I don't, a lot of people don't really understand what's it all about. Well, market makers, are legally bound to create a market. And so if they don't have the right conditions that they need to create a market, then they're incentivized to try and drive the market in such a way that will allow the market to have liquidity. And the way that liquidity is printed is by tripping some of these required price points, which is 10% lower than the previous day. Now they're not supposed to be able to short the stock when SSR is tripped. They're not supposed to be able to short the stock on a downwards price movement. The only time they can short is when its price is moving upwards. So there's a lot of rules that are involved that kick in when SSR trips that you'd have to go do some research on it to understand some of the more finer details. But all I'm going to tell you is that for a macro perspective, just imagine that more synthetic shares are being created every time you see that getting tripped, because that's exactly what's happening. Food Dog says, "Do you have to get an emissions test?" No. Uh, Let me see. I'm trying to look to see if there's a good link for that for me to link you to. This might. Let me read through this real quickly because I don't know that I've ever linked anybody to this website. And all I did is I typed in what is SSR. Um, short sale restriction in stocks. Uptick rule. Yep. This all looks good. Basic rules of SSR. Actually, this looks pretty good. I'll link you to this. Let me see if there's anything. I'm almost done scanning it real quick. I just want to see if it touches on the important stuff. Yeah. All right. So the only one thing that I would kind of there's one last section in this that says, "Is SSR a good thing?" And I'm kind of reading this, and I would say, I think you need to take when you read what it is, and I'm going to link you here. I want you to take into uh, a little bit of a thought process into mind here when reading it. Um, it's talking about. Hold on a second here. Let me change my screen back. It says a common question is whether an SSR is a good thing or a bad thing. In our experience, we've found it to be a relatively good feature for traders. It is a good one because it helps prevent traders from creating a flash crash in a stock. It prevents many inexperienced traders from shorting a stock that is falling without doing any research. A good thing is that you can always find other companies that will have such a drop if you do good research. However, the other side to this is that it can also be abused because, and I'll link you to this so you can look at it, but you got to remember that rules, while they're supposed to benefit the general retail public, are also sometimes beneficial to um, institutions in ways that are maybe not so forthcoming. I don't even know if that doesn't make any sense to you. Please go read that website. I'll tell you what. I'll link it to the top, um, so you can, in case you miss it or it scrolls by too quickly, you can take a look at it. But yeah, I would give that a read. I didn't put out the poll for the day today on what movie you guys are going to do for tomorrow. Do note that the poll for today, uh, shoot, did I not save yet? No. Interstellar won yesterday, right? We had Interstellar, Never Ending Story. Never Ending Story didn't get it. It was between Breakfast Club and Interstellar. It looks like I didn't save. Can I undo? Maybe I can undo. Hold on a second here. No, I can't undo. I don't know. How do I redo? No! Oh, son of a gun. I don't have who got the last points from yesterday. Oh, no. There's no undo. I just undid something that erased the points from whoever put points in. Son of a biscuit. I'm pretty sure that Interstellar was the winner from yesterday. I don't know who was the last person that got the last point yesterday. I'll have to go back and check it and see, so I can put the point in. But I'm pretty sure Interstellar won. Let me put in the movie trivia for. No, actually, SSR means a lot. It means a lot. I just can't agree with the idea that it means nothing. Um, it actually has a huge impact. If you want to know why, short exempt volume is so high on some days versus others, which turns into massive amounts of failure to delivers, typically that actually is something, and it's very super important. Let me see here. I'm pretty sure Interstellar was the movie that we're going to go with today, so I'm going to take that off my list and put up the poll for. Yeah, I was pretty sure it was Interstellar. Thank you, Mac and Bees. I'm gonna put up the poll for tomorrow's movie choice. Let's see here. Boy, I hope I spelled this right. I didn't. I didn't spell it right. Wait. Oh, is there just no E? But that's it. Oh, yeah, I put an E on the end. Shouldn't have put an E on the end of that one. Let's see. To this one. Boy, when you guys see today's options, it's gonna like the genre is all over the place. I mean, there's two comedies and then two not comedies. It'll be interesting to see what you guys. I have a feeling I know which one you guys are gonna pick. I'm gonna. Can I write it down? Where can I put it someplace so you guys can see it later? I don't know. I can't do that. Here we go. Here's your choices though for the day today. For tomorrow, you have Avatar 2, American Graffiti, and I for some reason wrote an E on the end of that. I don't know why, but American Graffiti, Beverly Hills Ninja, and Spaceballs. My number one choice that I think that you guys are gonna pick. Well, I don't. I'll just tell you what it is later. But because I don't want to influence the vote at all. But did we already do the Fifth Element? I believe we did. You thought Nana was going to be on the poll today? On the poll? What? It is. Plague, if they can find shares at a later date. What you're saying right there is correct. If you were a hedge fund, SSR is a safety net for liquidity, and I would agree with what you're saying there. But it's only a safety net if they can find shares, because if they can find shares, no big deal, right? No problem. If they can't find shares, then there's a major problem because they have to find those shares. There's no hiding short exempt volume. They have to find those. So, like we talk oftentimes about like kicking the can down the road. On that short exempt volume, they've got to find those shares. They cannot just sit there and write them off or move them to some other kind of like you know cryptocurrency off exchange, some kind of. It's literally a place that they have to find. It's a true failure to deliver at that point in time that starts day one, the minute that those shares are not found. So it's massive. It's really massive. Wait, it's Nana's birthday today? Nana, did you not tell me it was your birthday on purpose? That's extra spankings. Is it really Nana's birthday? Or are you guys just saying it? Oh, it's April 24th. All right. Well, just cross your name off then. You know whose birthday it is? It's Andrew's birthday. Does SSR apply to ETFs too? Should. I don't know that I don't even know if I've ever seen it. I don't know if I've ever even seen an ETF move that much in a single day. Maybe. But no, it should apply to it. Actually, let me take a look at something. Mm, I don't know. That's a good question. Now you got me thinking. Because an ETF is going to have a lot of different securities that are inside of it, or commodities or whatever it is. And so it might actually end up not having SSR attached. It might not. That's a great question. I actually don't know the answer. I would be inclined to say yes, but um, I don't know. I'm gonna have to do some more extensive research into this because I'm not positive off the top of my head as to whether or not that's the case. I want to say that ETFs in general, the whole idea is that they're more stable because they're comprised of many different securities piled into one to kind of give different investors the ability to be able to invest in maybe like a particular subset of securities, and so essentially they're supposed to be more stable. So I would assume that unless the whole market moved within 10% or something like that, that you probably wouldn't see those kind of moves in an ETF all that often. But I'm not positive. I don't know. SSR triggered volume moving, yet AMC going. I'm not sure what you mean by that, CP. Thanks for making sure and correcting yourself there, Plague, on the way you spelled out that both. Oh man. So just throwing this out there for anybody who's curious, I do have SSR numbers set up, and I just want to make sure that I've got them set up correctly. Or not SSR, SPF rather. My bad. Um, Let me just make sure that the numbers that I have are accurate here. Give me 1 second while I go over my data. It looks like they're not set up correctly. 732 is the top that we hit the other day, so we're looking at 589. All right, I got to correct some numbers here real quick, guys, because I want to make sure that my synthetic price failures are set up in the right spots. So let me fix this. 589. 585. And 574. Okay, so the reason I wanted to, because I thought we would move down probably, I mean, if we move down 10%, usually that puts the SPF really, really darn close to being seen on the screen here. And as you can see here, a synthetic price failure occurs at 589. Those do typically, now SSR, a lot of times I'll tell you guys that SSR is the stopping point. We'll usually bounce off of that. But remember, I told you guys before the end of this week is over, they're going to try and drop price below $6 because they're going to want to close out as many put positions as possible at a $6 price. But I felt like that we probably wouldn't see that until tomorrow. It's very possible they end up doing it today. I mean, they already have SSR enabled. Maybe they get us right down to right about six, and then maybe tomorrow they push the rest of the way to get down to a synthetic price failure. which is going to be somewhere around 589, 585 to 574, right in that range. So don't be surprised if that's not on the way. As they are pushing it, obviously they're pushing it past 612, and we did not bounce straight off of that. The next part is taking a look at Ape. Ape, I have 322 for the high. That is not correct. It's 336. So we're looking at 274. Oh no. And then we got 2688. Come on, Casey. There we go. And the last one is 263.7. Alrighty. So, knowing what a synthetic price failure is going to be going into tomorrow, which would start at about $2. It starts at 2.7, but I like to look at the 20% mark, which is at 268. It might be really, really easy to figure out what a 10% increase off of 2.688 is going to be. 2.688. Oops. I don't even know why I did that. So we may end price today on Ape right around 295. And so I don't know if you see what I'm doing there, but if they end the price at 295.6 today, that's going to put SSR tripping right around where synthetic price failure would trip tomorrow. So we end up seeing the synthetic price failure trip on Ape tomorrow. So you end up seeing 10% down tomorrow at least. So we'll see. Let me just make sure that's right. 2956. 266 is it's close enough. It'd probably be a little bit higher than that, right? So $3. They're gonna try and end us right at $3 or thereabouts, because at $3 you would have 2.7. That's pretty much an SPF. Yep. They're gonna try and close us out on 8, probably really damn near right at $3 by the end of today, because that will put that synthetic price failure and SSR at the same exact point, and that's very oftentimes a great indicator to let you know that's where they're shooting for. All right, time to take a look at our numbers. Uh, sure, no problem, Tim. Kevin says, should we hold? I mean, I can't give you financial advice, Kevin, but that's all I do is buy and hold, man. That's it. So it's up to you what you do. I'm here for the long haul, and I feel like I'm here to accomplish something. So it's entirely up to you. I can't give you that advice. Let's see. let's take a look at what we got for numbers. You almost got me though, Kevin. You almost got me. I almost said it. I almost, I almost said it, but yeah, I'm gonna be a little careful here, because I know there's hunters out there, so I'm not gonna slip up on that. So, take you guys over to the other screen, and let's take a look at what we got going on over here. Let's see. I shouldn't need to give you guys a two-factor authentication speech. Yep, no speech. All right. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect about 64% through off exchange and EDGX combined. As of right now, we're at 53.65% through off exchange EDGX at 11.38. Oh, remember, guys, I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you're saying until you see the big tramp back on the screen. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, or questions you want out of me to respond until you see that big tramp back up there. Combined between off exchange and EDGX on AMC, we're at 65.03%, which is 1.03% higher than we would normally see by this time of the day. So it's pretty much on target. But our CHX volume today is massive. 5.52% of our volume has gone through CHX, which equates to 2,023,199 shares so far for the day. That is on just enormous amount of shares going through there. I flip out when I see a million. Off exchange for Ape is at 48.91, and the EDGX is at 7.39. Combined total, and that's 56.3%. That is, I don't know, what's it less than 64? It's less 7.7% less than it should be by this time of the day. So not a whole lot of price suppression going on Ape today through off exchange. Do note though that the NYSE and the Nasdaq GSM have way higher numbers than we normally see. Like the 30-day average for NYSE is 8.82%, and right now it's showing up at 13.03. The 30-day average for Nasdaq GSM is usually about 6%, and it's 10.18 today. So these are pretty massive numbers. CHX volume is pretty close to normal. GME's CHX volume is elevated today. Their 30-day average is 0.34. They're at 0.52%, not quite double, but it is definitely elevated. On HYMC, CHX volume is low. Taking a look at the Ortex data. As of an hour ago on AMC, there was approximately 680,000 shares having been returned for the day today. It's now 515,000 shares. It's going to have a slight raising effect on the estimated short share interest of the free float at 22.51%. Cost borrow min is at 85.22%, average 331.11, and max at 380.05. Let's see here. We have day over day, there was 4.4 million shares having been returned on AMC. Ortex is estimated that 1.5 million of that was in short interest that was closed out day over day, leaving our shares on loan at 178.31 million shares. Ape and on Ape, an hour ago we had 3.14 million shares having been returned. It's now 3.13, not a whole lot of change, which is going to put our short share interest, the free float, at 7.15. Cost per minute 7.6, average 9.47, and max is at 10.18. Shares on loan day over day decreased by 700,000 shares, putting our shares on loan at 41.61 million shares. On loan, on loan, on loan, on loan, on loan, on belay. Taking a look at the options, highest amount of call volume for the day today has been at a $7 strike. There was 18.5 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 22.1. And on puts, highest amount of volume has been at a $6 strike, 7.9 thousand contracts an hour ago, still 7.9, so no change. There is almost a 3-to-1 ratio in calls versus puts, but the market is still focused on a closing price on AMC somewhere between $6 and $7 by the end of the day today. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape, we are currently at $9.16. Um, I know we got a couple guys that are stressing right now on their price predictions. 1 penny lower, and Apex is going to be sweating some bullets. I love you, Apex. Full FOMO. Einstein's going to be sweating bullets once it hits 905. So it's getting really, really, really close to some of those predictions. But you can see that we do have this lower level of support here that's been holding over the last 3 days. And we are finding support there. Uh, if it does tend to drop past that, I would expect to see this drop down to as low as $8.78 before the day is over, or at least somewhere in between this white line, wherever the day ends at, and this red line. Let's see here. Taking you over to the other screen. Orders by, I think I took you to the other screen. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and Ape. AMC and GME have been on this list most of the day today. Ape fell off earlier, but AMC and GME have really good buy-sell ratios. AMC at a 66% buy to 34% sell ratio, and GME is currently sitting at a 72% buy to 28% sell ratio, looking really, really strong. But Ape is still not on the list here of the 30 most heavily traded stocks. SSR has triggered for the day today on AMC at $6.12. Ape did not trigger yet at 2.844. Shares having been borrowed so far for the day today, we've seen about 100. What was it? How many was? We've seen 280,000. 280,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today. Nothing has changed in the last few hours in borrowed shares other than the ETFs that were returned. But fees were last seen at 205.7%. NASDAQ is up 0.65. Dow Jones is up 0.04. S&P 500 is up 0.39. We have 3,410 decliners to 3,098 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing by, I don't know, more than it was an hour ago. So it's definitely starting to advance a little bit here. Taking a look at Ethereum Classic, it's up 1.73. DXY, or the US dollar, is down 0.03. WTI or oil is up 2.86. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.04 to 0.09. SPY is up 0.42. VIX is currently showing down 0.36. VTI up 0.37. VB up 0.02. Tesla is down 0.7. Amazon is down 2.33, Cinemark down 1.89, Doge is up 1.74, Bitcoin is up 1.36 at 23K a coin. GME is down 12.54, HYMC is down 3.51, HUD is down 1.08, CS is up 1.85, Ape is down 4.11, and AMC is down 9.85% and hovering right at SSR. By the way, if we were to close today at about 614, I just want to see what that would take SSR tripping for tomorrow. That would put us down to like 552 for SSR for the tomorrow, which would be well beyond the synthetic price failure. So I would actually imagine that price might actually kind of bounce up here a little bit later today, and maybe we perhaps see a closing somewhere above. I don't know. Let's maybe six. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see what we're at 614 right now. Let me see what. No, probably would probably be about like 630. All right, maybe 640. $6.40 would probably be where we would need to finish today to have SSR trip for tomorrow. So that's probably not likely in the cards. And that's not saying that we won't see downwards momentum pressure leading to 589, 585, and 574. But probably not as low as where SSR is going to trip at. I would suggest. Likely not the case. So far for the day today, there's approximately let's see, 1.1, or actually, let's just go with 1 million shares, $1 million worth more inflow than outflow. 39.32 million shares traded so far after 284 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 54 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's definitely underneath my prediction of 60 to 80 million. On a 4-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.52, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.05, which is no, that's below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure, I think. Yeah. RSI at 35.44, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 37.88, which is below average. On Ape, there's approximately $1.9 million more outflow than inflow. 27.2 million shares traded so far after 285 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 37.22 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 10 to 30 million shares. Looks like I'm going to be a little bit on the low side on this one, but that's all right. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 63.77, which is below average. What am I saying? That's so above average. I don't even know why I said below. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure and selling pressure with an RSI of 46.47, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.92, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.61, which is average. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are rating. We already have 111 votes in here, and Spaceballs is leading the way. Out of those 4 choices, I kind of figured that would be the one you guys were going to pick. And I know it's like, you could have just said that about any of them, but legitimately, guys, I would not lie to you. I would have been like, wow, I'm surprised you guys would have picked that. I thought you would have picked this, but I kind of figured you guys were going to pick Spaceballs. So it's looking like that's going to be the case, but I'll leave the poll up there for a while. Maybe you guys can prove me wrong and make it something other than Spaceballs. Barry says, I've been holding on so long, I think I now have carpal tunnel. In your portfolio. even even I have carpal tunnel in my portfolio. Even I don't know why I gave you that old Hanna-Barbera. I can't even remember who used to say that. Who says that even, like the wavering even from way back in the day? I feel like it was like a Hanna-Barbera character. Don't know. It might have been Yogi Berra. I don't know. Uh, or Yogi Berra. Yogi Bear. Dever says, don't know. He went on a. Oh, okay. Yeah. Exit stage left. Even. That guy. What was that from? Who is that? That's what I'm talking. That's exactly the character I'm thinking of, but I can't remember who it is, though. I remember it as a kid. I just don't remember who the character is. Captain Caveman? That was Captain Caveman? I didn't know. Wow. I've got to go back and hold on a second here. Captain Caveman. Wait, was that really Captain Caveman? Hold on a second.
Taffy.
Oh, it's Snagglepuss. Wasn't it Snagglepuss that was saying even? It was Snagglepuss. Hold on, let me get to it. I think it was Snagglepuss or something like that that was the one that said it. Okay, I see Captain Caveman. I don't see Snagglepuss in this episode that I'm looking at right here, but correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't it like Snagglepuss that was the one that would say even? Which I'm destroying. I'm not even doing it good right now. Normally I could do it much better, but it was something like that. It was like the purple Snagglepuss. Snagglepuss from, I don't know if it was from Captain Caveman, but Snagglepuss even. Yep. Here we go.
Male even.
Oh,
Go now.
oh, it was Pink Panther. Wait.
Now, leave even. Oh, get even. Getting out of here too. 3 even.
Even.
It's even. Again.
What is this from? Is it? He looks like the Pink Panther, but it says Snagglepuss. It was Snagglepuss. Yeah. Yeah, it was Snagglepuss. But I thought he was purple. It's pink, apparently. And I thought it was he kind of almost looks like the Pink Panther, but I don't really remember watching that all that often. Yeah, you're right. Pink Panther doesn't speak. It was definitely Snagglepuss. It was just, boy, that took me back. I didn't, I've done that even thing a couple times for my wife, and we both could remember it, but we couldn't figure out where it came from. Rock Hudson did Snagglepuss's voice. Rock Hudson. Let me see. I'm not really good with names, but I'm gonna look and see if that's who I think it is. Nope, not who I thought it was. Huh? I had no idea. Hey. What do you know? Hazel said, "Oh my God, Casey, you're so young." Oh man. Daxter says, "Was it in the Wacky Olympics episode?" I have no idea. I don't know. All right. I'll check my DMs, Broken Mug, and now do Bullwinkle's voice. Wait, I'd have to hear it. Let me listen to it real quick here first.
We might have a disaster here. Don't miss.
And boars must
Flies when you're having fun, 340.
From the sound of Bill Conrad, I would say we're dealing with kids. Out of you, and it's forward passing phenom, Bullwinkle Moose. Look, Natasha, 200 to 1.
Gee, Bullwinkle, maybe we should be more concerned with world problems.
I can't. Got a little problem of my own.
What's
I can't. I got a little problem of my own. I don't remember that one. I don't remember him talking like that. Oh, did he really talk? Because I can't remember. I don't remember. I don't remember how he talks. I wasn't a huge big fan of Bullwinkle. It's not one of my favorites. So, but I could probably do it though. If I sat there and listened to it long enough, I could probably pick up on it. Hey, boo boo. I do love some Yogi Bear. If you ever have a chance to get my phone number and then you call it, actually I should probably let you guys listen to this. I thought I was creating my let me see where this is at here. I was creating my voice message and I was trying to get my wife to play along with she had just stepped back into the car when I first picked up my phone. And so I thought, well, I'll create a message. She had just sat back down in the car after she ran into the store real quick. So I was like, I'll create a little message and see, because she does a great. I do Yogi Bear. She does a great, uh, whatever his sidekick's name is. And so I thought she would play along with it, and she didn't. And it made it even. I saved it and just kept it. So here we go. I'll play it here.
Hey, 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 boo boo. You know what we're gonna do?
Leave a message.
Hey, she goes, leave a message. And I'm like, I stopped and I was like, no, no, we're not leaving a message. You gotta do the sidekick. I'm like, come on. Yeah, boo boo. You gotta do boo boo. I was like, come on, you gotta do boo boo. It never works out. But it was even funnier than anyway, so I just kept it. It's funny, I've actually had I keep forgetting that I have it on there as my answering machine, and so it's really funny. I've actually had people who I've interviewed with for job interviews call me up, and they go like, "That is the funniest thing I have ever." I've had an HR rep call me up before, and she goes, "That is the funniest voice message I have ever heard in my whole life." She's like, "That was absolutely great. It made me laugh like crazy. I need to hire you, so give me a call back." And so I was like, "Oh yeah, that's cool." So apparently it didn't offend him or anything, so that was good. Because I didn't even think. I mean, I was like, "Oh yeah, I got to be professional." No, 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 not Casey. Casey sits there and goes, "Hey, hey, hey, call me for an interview." Man, yep, yep. Casey's that kind of guy. And so, anyways, it's time for break, guys. I'm gonna head out here, and I will see you back at 2:10. We'll finish this day out together here. I know it's been maybe a little bit rough, but maybe we can kind of get through it together, and just kumbaya through the day. I do think there is some more downwards momentum, guys, but one of the things that you got to remember is that we're kind of completing a little bit of a cup and a very long cup and handle kind of pattern right now. If that's the case, we could see price start moving quite a bit higher than where we were at before, and moving us yet even closer to our end goal of what we want to see here in the near future. So, it is rough going, but it's just one day after another, right? Um, I'll see you guys after break.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. cleared the tower. Every 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
All right, guys, I'm back, and it's time to toast out the end of the day here. Um, this is a tough movie today for the choice with Interstellar. So I'm just going to go ahead and tell you guys right now that it is probably not going to be one of the easiest trivia days that we've had in a while. So just throwing that out there. But anyways, I want to make sure I get this toast out today because Roseanne didn't get it yesterday. But Roseanne, I hope you and your husband had a wonderful 40 years anniversary. Congratulations on those 40 years. It is a special moment and a time when you and your husband can get together and say, "Look at what we have accomplished together as a unit." And I think that's an important thing, an important milestone. And I'm so sorry that I missed that toast yesterday. But to you and your husband for another 40 years. I know that may seem impossible, but who knows? Why not? 40 more years. Cheers. Also, I'm not done. Andrew's birthday is today, so happy birthday to Andrew out there, wherever you may be. Happy birthday to you, sir. Cheers. Do you remember the name? I don't think you're talking to me. I hope you're not talking to me. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's see here. Let's take a look at what we got going on for numbers here. Hopefully you're not talking to me. Casey, thank you so much. No problem. Oh yeah, cool. Awesome. I'm glad you weren't talking to me because I don't know what name you're talking about. I would have felt bad if I was like supposed to remember a name or something. I don't know. um, let's see. He said unit. I know some of you had to be thinking that. The minute I said unit, I was like, I was so badly wanted to break out in the butthead voice and go. He said unit. I'm such a kid. All right, I'm gonna take you guys over to the other side. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, or questions that you may have for me until you see the big tramp back up on the page again. I'm gonna scroll back over here and see. DJ's laughing. Okay, at least one of you was thinking. At least one of you was thinking he said unit. I got one person. Tater Tot's laughing. Tech All right, cool. I got a couple people. Nice. Let's see. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could it could prevent somebody, like me, getting into your account and causing all kind of crazy havoc at the worst possible time. So yeah, protect yourself. There's people like me out there. And while you're at it, make sure and set up a secondary device that can receive the code in case something happens to your primary. I'm also asking people start taking pictures of their portfolios once a day and putting that into a file folder someplace that shows what their position is in case something should happen. They can prove to their broker what it was that they had prior. Any kind of arguments that you have with them, that you can kind of say like, no, look, see, I got it. It's right here. Schmucks. Give me back my shares. But if you don't have a whole lot of activity on your account, you can probably get away with taking pictures just once a week on weekends or whatever. But protect yourself as much as you can, guys. Taking a look at off exchange volume at the end of the day here, I would expect to see somewhere combined between off exchange and EDGX, somewhere in the range of about 66% by this time of the day. It does usually drop down by the end of the day, back down to 64%. But as it stands right now, AMC has 53.7%. 77% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 11.03. Grand total 64.8. That's about 1.2% lower than it should be by this time of the day. Not too much lower. It's pretty close to being right on par for where it should be. So not a whole lot of price suppression going through that off exchange. They did trip SSR for the day today, so you can bet your bottom dollar that the short exempt volume is going to probably be taking the load today. He said load. I can't do it. I just can't. I can't do it, guys. Uh, mm, I can't behave. CHX volume today on AMC has been incredibly high, 5.75% of our total volume going through that exchange. That equates to about 2.428 million shares, almost 2.5 million shares going through that exchange. Massive, massive amounts of closing of short interest going on today. They likely need to make more shares available to borrow, as they probably have failure to deliver since we are still on the threshold list. So my guess is they're probably trying to make shares available to borrow in order for them to be able to pay off those shares. So this is going to get expensive for them. CHX volume, on Ape, we have a total of 49.9 or 49.48% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 7.01%. Combined total is 56.49%. That's like nearly 10% lower. It's like 9.5% lower than what it should be by this time of the day. We don't see off exchange and EDGX volume this low ever. So it's really kind of surprising to see that. I really don't know quite what to make of it. CHX volume is elevated, but I mean, I really honestly don't know what to make of it. It seems like today they just decided not to use off exchanges as much. Don't know what to say. The 30-day average for CHX is 0.07. So far, we've seen about 0.11, almost twice as much, not quite, which equated to about 31.4 thousand shares having been traded through there. On GME, CHX volume is at 0.45 with a 30-day average of 0.34, so it's definitely a little bit elevated. HYMC is seeing very low amounts of volume going through CHX. On Vortex, I feel like I hear rain outside. Hold on a second. Oh, it's definitely raining out there. Hopefully everything goes okay with my internet connection here. Taking a look at the Ortex data, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 515,000 shares having been returned. It's now showing 577,000 shares having been returned. That's going to that's really not going to impact the short share interest of the free float too much. It does appear to be slightly more down, but 22.48 is a percent right now. Cost per minute is at 1.04, average at 301.69, and max at 380.05. Shares on loan for the day today is down 4.4 million shares on loan. Ortex is estimating about 1.5 million of that to be in short interest that was closed day over day. And shares on loan now at 178.31 million shares. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago there was approximately 3.13 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 3.16, so a very small change, leaving the estimated short share interest of the free float at 7.15. Cost per minute 7.6, average 9.47, and max at 10.18. Shares on loan day over day decreased by 700,000 shares and put our shares on loan at 41.61 million shares. Taking a look at the options. On the calls. Highest amount of calls was at a $7 strike. An hour ago, there was 22.1 thousand contracts. There's now 25.2. And on the puts, at a $6 strike an hour ago, there were 7.9 thousand contracts. There's now 10.7. That's going to have the effect of, I shouldn't have said that. The market's kind of indicating that price closing on AMC should be somewhere between $6 and $7 by the end of the day today. As it stands right now, there's about 2 times as much, or 2.5, almost 2.5 times as much call volume than there is put volume. Looking at combined price of AMC and Ape, we're at $9.20. We are traveling up this level of support right here and maintaining that level of support at the very least, and kind of heading out towards the end of the day, kind of pinching. I want to zoom in on this just a tad. We're kind of pinching in on this Fibonacci retracement at 924 and this level of support. if I know I drew a big box over here, if we break out, this box right here is going to be null and void if we break out going down right here at the very end of the day. If this breaks out, if this squeezes into this what appears to be a bullish triangle kind of shape here, then and it goes down, then we could potentially see this be null and void, and we'll be retesting 878 probably tomorrow. So it all kind of comes down to what's going to happen in the end portion of the day today. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME have been on the list here all day long. Ape was on earlier this morning and had good buy-sell ratios, but due to low volume fell off the list. AMC still on the list here, most heavily traded stocks based off of orders, with a 67% buy to 33% sell ratio. GME on the list as well with a 73% buy to 27% sell ratio, looking very strong, both of those. SSR did trip today at $6.12 for AMC. Shares available to borrow. Still sitting at the same numbers that we've had for quite a few hours now. Fees were last seen at 205.7%, and we saw about 280,000 shares borrowed for the day today. NASDAQ is up 1.57, Dow Jones is up 0.55, and the S&P 500 is up 1.07. We currently have 3,558 advancers to 2,989 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining, with that being a huge swing in change of results from what we saw all the rest of the day long today. Ethereum Classic is currently showing up 2.77. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently down 0.14. WTI or oil is showing up 4.07. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.09 to 0.15. And the SPY is now up 1.11%. Taking a look at the VIX, it is down 3.29. VTI is up 1.06. VB is up 0.54. Tesla is up 0.29. Amazon is down 0.51. Cinemark is down 1.45. Doge is up 2.37. Bitcoin is up 1.67 at 23.1 a coin. GME is down 11.63. HYMC is down 2.89. Hood is down 0.94. CS is up 2.13. Ape is down 1.31, and AMC is down 10.1 or 10.22. Inflow versus outflow for AMC. Approximately $1.6 million more inflow than outflow. 43.5 million shares traded so far for the day today. Well, we got about, let's see, 358 minutes worth of trading, putting us on pace for 47.3 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's less than the 60 to 80 million shares that I thought that we were going to see. I don't know. It's 2 days in a row where I've missed predictions pretty badly. I'm not sure. That kind of tells me that something's happening. I'm not sure exactly what, but it's not very usual for this to be unpredictable, this unpredictable. So some kind of crazy stuff going on right now in pre-market volume that doesn't correspond to where we're at. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure. Hold on a second. Excuse me. I'm having some Powell's bowels. It's infectious. On a 4-hour time interval, it looks like we're about ready to have a crossover with more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.32, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, there is currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.52, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.25, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence within the last 10 minutes, and RSI at 45.81, which is slightly below average. On Ape, we have approximately 2.8 million more in outflow than inflow. 31.01 million shares traded so far. That's already over my my prediction of 10 to 30 million shares. Not going to be as far off as I would have thought on this one. as we only have we've traded for 360 minutes out of the 390 for the day today, putting us on a pace for 33.59 million shares before the day is over. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 66.55, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.95, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.61, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.55, which is above average. I guess that's it, and it's time to do movie trivia. All right, here we go. NC Project says, you got to try this new whiskey I came across. It's called Rabbit Hole. I'll DM you a link of it. It's amazing and smooth. If I can drink that instead of this amazing or adventurous ape that I'm drinking, I'm actually, tomorrow should be the last day that I run out of this current bottle of tequila. I'm running 1800 right now. All right, let's take a look at movie trivia here. Let me just center up. Okay, I already did center that up. All right, movie trivia. So as soon as you guys are ready, we'll do Interstellar movie trivia. Probably not like one of the best movies for me, along with. I mean, I think I've seen Interstellar twice, and I think I've fallen asleep through it both times. So probably not one of the best movies for me to go through and get movie trivia. So like the whole 2 points at the end of the day, I don't even know if I want to do it today because I don't even think that it's probably like I don't know. I mean, I'll try and see if you guys can get it, but I don't know. This is not the best movie for me. We already got Food Dog and Bird Eye with points for this morning. So you guys are already at a disadvantage. It's rigged, always is, never has been anything else other than that. So if you guys are ready, which I see Joe Ponce and Jeff Hamill are, here we go. First question for the day. Why are so many people farmers like Cooper in the world of Interstellar? Food limited by petrofires, correct. They're running out of food. Petro, when we were driving down in San Antonio, uh, I, I saw a sign for a gas station called Petro, and I was like, huh, I wonder if that's where he gets his name from. I I mentioned it to my wife, and she's like, don't be silly. It probably has nothing to do with it whatsoever. I was like, no, no, no. It's probably really after a gas station. Okay, maybe not. But it was funny though. And so next question. What was Coop's job before he was a farmer? Okay, so there was two correct answers, and it was engineer slash test pilot. Either would I would have accepted, and Petrofire got engineer. That is correct. Engineer test pilot was the both correct answers. Next question. Which crop is blight destroying as the film opens? Wheat by Berry Electronics is correct. The reason he's destroying it is, Hold on a second. He's trying to grow corn because that's what they really needed was corn. So he's destroying the wheat. That is correct. What is the name of Cooper's son? Tom by Berry Electronics is correct. Why does Murphy dislike her name? I'm going to take Preacher's answer as Law of Murphy. Yeah, it's Murphy's Law that it reminds people and her of, so that's why. That is the correct answer for Preacher for a point there. Why do Cooper and his kids find on the way to the parent? What do they find on the way to the parent-teacher conference? An Indian drone by Preacher is correct. Why did Murphy get in trouble at school? Which, interestingly enough, was a conversation that I had just last night. But what was the reason why, though? Like, there was a specific reason. There was something that the discussion. What was the discussion over? Not believing the moon landing was real by Barry Electronics is correct. Who played Donald Coop's father-in-law? I want both names, first and last. First and last name of the actor that played Donald Coop's father-in-law. Some of these answers. John Lithgow. I'm gonna give it to you, Barry Electronics. It's Lithgow, but yeah, I know what you're trying to say there. So Barry is running away with the points today here. So yeah, nice job on that. Let's see here. We got two more questions. What does Coop realize is causing the phenomena in Murphy's room? What's causing it? Gravity by Preacher is correct. Preacher's coming from behind. Okay, all right. Last question. This one's gonna. I have full faith that this one's gonna cause all kinds of problems. I think you guys aren't gonna like this one here. So maybe y'all can guess what the answer is before I even give it. Maybe you can't. 2 points if you can. Um, and then I'm gonna give the question. Then somebody's gonna probably. Um, that was terrible, Casey. Also laugh out loud. Yeah. Yeah. See, I kind of figured. Yeah, I see where you guys are going with all these. And I kind of felt like the same way too. I was like, yeah, I'm not picking the right question for this. So, um, I'm probably just gonna have to read this. I don't think you guys are gonna get it. All right, here we go. What does the dust in Murphy's room create thanks to gravity? More dust. Binary code from Preacher. I'm going to give it to you for that one. Sensor content says patterns. Ooh, it's geographical coordinates in binary code. I'm going to give it to Preacher on that one. I'm sorry, but I think it's a little more accurate with the binary code there. I mean, his answer was right after yours, sensor content, but let me go back and reread that one more time. Patterns. Yeah, no, I'm going to say no on that one. All right. I accidentally deleted somebody's points from yesterday, the very last person who got points for the day yesterday. I'm going to go back in yesterday's live stream and find out who it was that I accidentally deleted the points for. It was somebody that I don't remember the name from, somebody that I haven't seen around very often. So, but I will find out what it is. So I just want to be very honest that I accidentally deleted those. Apparently in my notes, there's no such thing as a redo. So let me add up the points here real quick and I'll let you guys know where you stand. Food Dog, congratulations on your first point for the week. Nobody messes with Food Dog. Bird Eye, congratulations on your first point of the week. Petrofire, congratulations on your first 2 points of the week. Barry Electronics, congratulations on your first 4. Holy crap, Barry. You killed it on this one. You absolutely killed it. You tied with Preacher though. Preacher pulling it out with tying out the week here, or not the week, but the day. So Barry Electronics and Preacher really, I mean, just kind of floored y'all today. So hopefully y'all can have a better day tomorrow on Spaceballs, because that's what it is. Oh man, Avatar 2 almost came back and won. I'm going to end the poll here. I'll end it in about 3 minutes. We'll see if Avatar 2 can beat out Spaceballs in 3 minutes. But tomorrow's going to be Spaceballs as of right now. But congratulations to the first place. Actually, I'm gonna start in third. Third place winners, tied for third. Actually, you know what? There's a crap ton of people. Tied for second. Tied for second right now with 2 points apiece is Thor Plans, Censored Content, and Petrofire, all with 2 points. Oh, and Tony Tesla. And then we've got in first place, tied for first place, we have Barry Electronics and Preacher with 4 points apiece. Absolutely just destroying the rest of you guys with the answers this week on Interstellar. Tomorrow is Spaceballs. That might actually change things quite a bit. Einstein over here saying rigged. It's only rigged because you didn't get any points. However, what's not rigged is that the combined price of AMC and Ape is at $9.22, and as of right now, you narrowly are squeaking by with getting a price prediction tally point for tomorrow. So I think you should be happy with that. I thought for sure Einstein and Apex were going to miss out on a point today. But turns out that Price decided to run up and save them at the very last minute. So the Schwartz is with them, as Einstein says. Ooh, Looper with Bruce Willis. That was a pretty good movie. We got about 1 more minute and then I'm gonna end it. It looks like Spaceballs is just gonna win though. I don't think there's any way it's gonna beat it out in like 1 minute here or less than a minute. 20 seconds. Looks like Spaceballs is gonna be next for tomorrow, guys. Don't jinx it. Oh man. Please, Eddie. Oh man, I used to be able to do that so much better. I used to be able to do Roger Rabbit way better than I can now. My voice kind of dropped a little. Please, Eddie. You remember way back in the day. Oh, look at that. Pantheon's got the numbers. It looks like the name that I'm missing, I think, is. Hold up. Thor plans. He's in there. Sensor content had 2. He was the one that I erased. Frank Lehman is in there. I've got him. Ken Gross got him. Jeff Hamill got him. Tony Tesla, Danny R. Tony Tesla, Danny R. Jabibs. I got all those. I got them all. So you're saying I didn't erase anybody? Let me count up the points. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's 12 points. Maybe I didn't erase anything. I feel like there was one other name, a name of a person that I don't recall having seen before. I don't know. I'll go back in the live stream from tomorrow and figure it out. But Roseanne says, so Casey, what was your favorite cartoon growing up? I would be lying if I said it wasn't G.I. Joe. I really, really, really enjoyed seeing G.I. Joe like every day. I played G.I. Joe constantly. I grew up in a military family. I wanted military birthday parties where my mom would go out and buy MREs and we'd eat MREs for my birthday. I was all about the military way back as a kid. Yeah, I know it's right. Surprising. Casey, military guy? It's like, but yeah, no, I was totally all military, straight up. And so GI Joe was my favorite cartoon. A runner up. Somebody just said Thundercats and Voltron. Actually, there's quite a few runner ups. I would have to stick with GI Joe. It was my favorite though. Paul says, then you grew up and learned the truth about the military. No, Paul, actually, I would have joined the military, but the military didn't want me to join. I've got scoliosis, really, really bad scoliosis, and the military basically said no thanks. So apparently they felt that it was going to be too much of a um, uh, disability for them to have to pay on afterwards. So they just didn't want to even go through that. So man, you guys are naming off like so many good ones. Inspector Gadget was great. Gargoyles was great. Batman was great. There's so many good ones out there. Thundercats was awesome. Voltron was awesome. I love that, man. Voltron was great. But my love was Dukes of Hazzard. I mean, it wasn't really a cartoon though. Mask. Yes, Mask was one of my favorite ones. Played a lot. I had a lot of the Mask characters. I actually had Boulder Mountain. Their Boulder Mountain that they had, the toy set that had the gun that came out of the top of the mountain and the gas station down below it. I had that and used to play with that like constantly. Love that thing. Um, there was another one. Transformers. I mean, you guys didn't even put Transformers out there. I think Transformers probably would have been number 2 for me. No, definitely not Snorkels. Snorkels. Yeah, Smurfs. No. But yeah, no. Transformers. Like none of you guys said Transformers, and that was a big one way back in those days. Big, big, big time Transformers fan. I mean, the whole, like how can you not like? I feel like every kid knew how to make that sound from the like if you lived through the 80s as a kid, you knew how to make that sound. It was just like it's just part of you as a person. Ren and Stimpy came after my time, Al Bundy, but I did like them though. Ninja Turtles was a good one, even though that's not what you put in there. Yeah, Beavis and Butthead came later. That was like more like when I was in high school, and I was probably a little bit. I wasn't really into cartoons too much at that time. I said I was going to end the poll 5 minutes ago, but I didn't. But there it is. Spaceballs wins for tomorrow. Spaceballs it is. Now, Bazillion, you're really giving away your age there because my dad used to make jokes about Gumby. so you're giving yourself away a little bit there on age. Um, yeah, I liked He-Man a lot too growing up, and to be honest with you, like it really kind of pisses me off that people like turned it into something that as a kid I never really saw it that way. And then when I got older, I was like, damn, like I wanted to be like, no, you're wrong, you jerk, you're just trying to ruin my childhood. And then I go back and you watch like old He-Man stuff, and you're just like, you cringe the whole way through, and you're just like, oh, like how did we just didn't know, we were innocent, we had no idea. And it's just kind of it just doesn't quite hit home the same way as it used to. I'm not saying, Sam, I'm not gonna be your destroyer of your childhood. I'll let somebody else destroy it for you, but not me. Oh yeah, I definitely love Mr. T, man, but that's not really a cartoon. Getting a nice little run up here at the end of the day on AMC and Ape. I pity the fool. What's really funny is when I think back to the A Team, I try to narrow down like who it was. Gem. Oh man, yeah. I actually did watch some of that a little bit when I was younger. Well, only because my sister would want to watch something, and so like it was either like I watched that or I watched nothing. So it was kind of one of those things where it was just kind of like fine, whatever. But when you're done with your show, I'm watching mine, and I would watch. I don't remember what came on after Gem. It was something else. It was like I don't remember. GoBots was good. Ugh, Rainbow Bright. I really enjoyed the Animaniacs. My wife and I every once in a while will just. I mean, I think she knows the song like word for word, which really kind of impresses me that she knows it that well. But um, they brought back. I don't know if you know this or not, but they brought back Animaniacs, and it's not. I don't think it's nearly as funny as it used to be, but it's okay. Oh yeah, yep. Played with mask toys all the time. I was talking about that one earlier. My brother, I was always jealous of my brother. He had the one that had the Jeep with the boat inside of it, and it would open up, and then the boat would launch out of it. And that one, like he got the cool one, and I don't remember what no, 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 maybe I got that one. I got that one. He got the helicopter bad guy. I don't remember what his name was, but you know what I'm talking about if you've seen it. Oh yes, Roseanne. I can't imagine. I remember those days. One TV, the kids have to choose. There's three kids, two boys, one girl in my family. The girl always got to, I watched a lot of uh What's her name? Lolly, something lollipop, with the curly curls. I can't remember what her name is. My sister used to love that growing up. It wasn't a cartoon. Yeah, Shirley Temple. Thank you, dog. I couldn't think of the name of it. Sure, my sister absolutely loved Shirley Temple, and so we ended up having to watch like just hours and hours because my mom went out and I think she bought like somebody had recorded a bunch of Shirley Temple on VHS cassette tapes, and my sister would sit there and watch like if we got to watch like an hour of cartoons, she got like an hour of VCR, Shirley Temple. So like constantly just watching Shirley Temple like over and over and over. My sister's 7 years younger than me. So, here I am like 10-year-old Casey and 3-year-old sister, and she's watching Shirley Temple, and I'm just sitting there going like, this is so lame. It was the worst, man. I think I've seen every single Shirley Temple episode probably so many times over. It's not even funny. The Tick was funny, but that was later on, way further down the road. Fat Albert was all right. I really wasn't too much into it, but it was all right. Jetsons weren't really my thing. Did anybody mention Inspector Gadget? I can't remember if anybody mentioned that one or not. That was a great one. I really enjoyed Inspector Gadget. Go, Gadget, go. Yucca Frida, you're welcome, man. Just a little pissed still though that it made me forget about Roseanne's uh, anniversary, but I'll get over it. I'll be okay tomorrow. Like, did they ever show what's his face's name? Dr. Claw? I don't think they did. I don't think I ever saw his face. It really pissed me off. Well, guys, I hate to break it to you, but guess what? It is that time of the day. All good things must come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. We still have 3 more trading days. Tomorrow's Happy Hump Day. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, take your pets for a walk because they like to get outdoors too. And go see a movie because after all, that's what we're here to do is promote AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at SM. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
goddess of our universe gone quickly, for the call of thunder threatens everyone.
Getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.